Support for this program is provided by Natchitoches, Louisiana's oldest city, offering history, culture, and fun for family vacations. Information and planning tips are available at natchitoches.com.
The annual Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame induction ceremony is sponsored by the following State Farm Insurance Agents of Louisiana.
In Louisiana, the heat can be relentless, and when the power goes out, the effects can be unbearable. You can keep the lights on and the air flowing, whether it's an extended outage due to a hurricane or a few hours following a severe summer storm. There's a way to beat the heat and the blackout. Enter the Friends of LPB Power On raffle and you could win a whole house Generac generator valued at over $13,000. Visit lpb.org/raffle for more information. Thank you for supporting LPB.
At LeCap, we're not just a financial institution. We are your trusted community partner. With over 60 years of serving our community, we understand your needs and dreams. From buying your first home to planning for your future, we are here for you every step of the way. Make the most of your money at La Capital FCU. We are your trusted financial partner.
Hi, I'm Miss Louisiana, Mackenzie Scroggs, with a safety message from the Louisiana propane dealers. Propane cylinders are safety certified for 12 years, and after that, you must have it recertified or traded in for a new one. And if you make any changes to your tank or appliances, you must have it inspected by a certified propane dealer. And that's the law. To find out more, visit louisianapropane.com.
Welcome to the 2024 Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame induction ceremony. We are live on the purple carpet. I'm Karen LeBlanc with Louisiana Public Broadcasting.
And I'm Victor Howell with the Sports Hall of Fame Broadcasting. It's great to have you with us, and it's great to be reunited with an old friend who cut our teeth years ago in the business together. Great to be back with you.
We won't say how far back.
Not that long. It wasn't that long ago. But it's great to be here on a beautiful Saturday evening in Natchitoches, as always, to welcome yet another class, and Karen, to spend this evening with so many who celebrate careers started in Louisiana, huge impact in Louisiana. To get this reward, it's always a special night.
You know, and what I think is so amazing about the Sports Hall of Fame is that it is equal opportunity for all sports, but it also recognizes coaches, sports journalists, so just the whole landscape of Louisiana
just
sports.
In the 5 or 6 years that I've been doing this, we've hit cowboys, we've had fishing, we've had wrestling, we've got MMA tonight. Once again, we'll have football,
jockey.
We've had track and field, right? Exactly. Jockey tonight. We're going horse racing and thoroughbred. So yeah, it's a big celebration, and it's always fun, Karen, to see so many who have been inducted to come back to spend the weekend here in Natchitoches to celebrate the new class.
You know, and events kicked off with an induction press conference where they received their signature plaid, blue sports blazer, and also the big reveal of a memorabilia exhibit at the Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame Museum. All of the inductees brought in items special to their careers, and that's all on exhibit, as well as a special Pistol Pete Maravich exhibit. So take a look. This is the time of year when the Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame Museum stages a must-see exhibit here on the bottom floor of memorabilia. This year, the 2024 inductee class of the Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame brought in mementos that are special to them. Another highlight of the memorabilia exhibit are the portraits of the 2024 inductees in the Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame, the athletes. And Chris Brown is the artist. He's been painting these athletes since 2009. And here is a fascinating factoid. Chris is colorblind. You would never know from the bright renderings of these paintings.
Every time they announce the class, I'm excited. It's like Christmas for me. So this is my 16th class. and every single year it's just amazing. You know, it's just amazing what Louisiana puts out.
Yeah, we encourage people to come. That's one of the attractions that we tell tourists who are coming, make sure you stop by the Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame. So many great artifacts, memorabilia here. We're bigger than just the meat pie, the Christmas fest. Natchitoches is where the Sports Hall of Fame is anchored. So it's just really amazing to have it here.
Well, needless to say, the Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame Museum is a must-see, and especially the temporary exhibit with memorabilia. Now, Victor is joining me on the purple carpet with our first interview of the evening.
Karen, thank you very much. We talked about so many of the former inductees who make their way back. Mr. Harold Porter, Mr. Track himself, is here. Good to see you, sir. It's always a pleasure to see you here at the purple carpet. How are you this evening?
I'm alive, so hey, that's a good thing.
It's another day to wake up and celebrate, right?
That's right.
What's it like,
Louisiana?
Exactly. What's it like for you, having been inducted here, and to come back and see all the new classes and the new members that are joining you in the hall? What does that mean for you?
Well, I tell you what, it's a warm feeling, because I know some of the people, and then I got friends that call me all the time and say, you know, are you coming because I want to see you,
sure,
you know, and visit with you. So. And so when I see people I know, and I'm just happy to be here.
I know when you were running, you said you ran the 100, the 200. You have so many different meets. It's a special time for track people because this is Olympic season, and I know you had your chance at the Olympic trials, but what happened when you set one of your personal best times?
Well, I tell you, in 72, we won the relay in 72, and I was telling Hollis Conway, I spent most of my life in Eugene, Oregon. I tell you that right now. And the Haywardville's not the same. They got a new building now. So, and then I go back to the Olympic trials, just like they've done this year.
Right now. And
I'm in the semifinal heat, and I ran 10.01, and I finished 5th. I couldn't get to the finals, and the guy runs the world record in the heat, and I'm telling you right now, if that wouldn't be him, my best race ever.
Best race ever, you get beat by a world record, huh?
Yes.
That just proves it takes a world record to get to beat you there. Look, it's going to be a great evening. I know you've all had a VIP celebration a little earlier. I always appreciate you stopping by. I hope you enjoy the evening as we welcome in the class of 2024.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Karen, I know, is standing with one of the biggest ambassadors for the Sports Hall of Fame, and I know this interview will be kind. Karen, it's you.
Of course. So I'm joined by Tim Brando, a Hall of Famer, the 2020 class, but actually, thanks to Katrina,
right, COVID,
COVID, you weren't inducted until the 2021.
21, that's right, yeah.
So what does it feel like to be among all this greatness tonight?
You know, I MC a luncheon, the round table that they have today, where it's a little more relaxed, and they get to tell a few more stories than they will tonight when you're doing a television show. And it's just an amazing thing to see so many generations of Louisiana greatness in front of you. And you mentioned, Vic mentioned the Ambassadors Award, which was an award that the Hall of Fame created
and you were the first
for me,
recipient.
and I was the first recipient. And Wilbert Ellis, the Grambling coach of over 40 years, who helped put the Eddie Robinson Museum together after Coach Rob had passed away, is this year's recipient. And they, you know, I don't know when they'll do it again. It could be 3, could be 4 or 5 years before they do it again. But he's so deserving, and I'm so flattered that it's him, because I knew him as a kid, you know, growing up in North Louisiana in Shreveport, and long before I made it to Baton Rouge, to Channel 9, where so many great things started happening for my career before I went to ESPN. And here we are 40 years later, 4 networks later, and I get to see all these people that I kind of grew up following, and some of them I covered as a broadcaster at several different networks. So I don't ever want to miss it.
Full circle moment.
Yeah, it's a great reunion of
Yes.
The best of Louisiana. That's what it is. This event is a great reunion of the absolute best in sports in the state of Louisiana, and frankly, we've got a lot of it.
We really do. It's one of our greatest natural resources, right? Our athletes.
Indeed. No doubt
well,
about
thank
it.
you so much. It's
Thank
so
you,
great.
Karen.
Such an honor to be here again with you. So
You bet. My pleasure.
enjoy.
Karen, thank you. And Tim just mentioned a reunion. This is a personal reunion of sorts, because this is our first member who's being inducted tonight. You know her face, Simone Augustus. This is personal for me because I was covering this young woman, still young, when we're talking about young girl coming up through high school, and now here we are at the Sports Hall of Fame. How are you, Simone? Good to see you.
Great. Thank you.
How has the weekend been for you?
It's been great. Jam-packed, fun, filled with a lot of excitement.
Have you been able to to stop and really take everything in when you consider you had the LSU Hall of Fame. I know about that one because I did your video for that one. You had the Women's College Basketball Hall of Fame. You've got the Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame. You got the Naismith still to come. I mean, you talk about a 12-month packed calendar. Oh, and by the way, a year ago you got a statue. You know, there's that too at LSU. So have you found any moments to sit back and really just kind of absorb this all?
This is the moments, like when we get a chance to reflect the videos, you get there and sit and watch and think about all the memories and the times that you had at LSU or within your pro career, international career, and now what you've been able to do for the state of Louisiana. Each moment basically helps me reflect on my career and my journey throughout my basketball life.
Well, I know you've got a lot of friends and family. I actually see one of the coaches who coached you. He's now on your staff. That's right, a new coach at LSU, Bob Starkey, about to come in. Kim Mulkey will be here as well, and I look forward to seeing you on stage when we get to formally bring you into the hall. Congratulations.
I can't wait. Thank you.
Thanks for stopping by. Karen, back to you.
Yeah, so I've got Coach Wilbert Ellis. He is one of the inductees in the 2024 class and the recipient of the Sports Ambassador Award. Only the second so far in the Sports Hall of Fame history. And we were talking earlier, and you said that for you, this is a lot about legacy and leaving a legacy behind.
Yeah, you're right. And first of all, this is one of the greatest events. I've been in about 9 and 10, and now the Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame is great. And one of the things about it is because of the people that are involved. And so years to come, young people will be able to come and see these great events and great activities of these heroes. So yes, I always want to make sure that you leave something and you teach that to your young people. And if you're coaching, you definitely try to dwell that into the soul and the hearts of those athletes, because being somebody is very important. Making a life for yourself is greater than that. But when you can reach out and make a difference and move on in life and look back and see where you came from.
And he's still going. Is it okay if I tell them your age?
Yeah.
In the press conference, he made it known publicly he's 88 years old, and he's still got a lot to do, right?
Yes, I have a lot to do because the good Lord made it possible for me. And I knew I wanted to coach when I was 9 years old. So when I got the opportunity and then got to Grambling and played a little ball there, and President Jones, who was the president and the baseball coach for all of those years, and then I met Eddie Robinson, and then Fred Hobbit and Colin Nicholson. Then it all just motivated me to jump. I never asked how much they were going to pay me. I just wanted to be there.
Well, Coach, you are looking very dapper, and your official sports blazer from the Hall of Fame as an inductee. So, hey, 88, looking great, very dapper. Such an honor, and congratulations again.
Well, thank you so much for interviewing me.
All right, back to Victor.
Thank you, Karen. And, of course, looking dapper, Mr. Tom Burnett here, one of our newest inductees for the class of 2024. It's great to see you again, sir.
Great to see you, Victor, my friend.
How's the weekend been?
It's been great. You know, it's been nonstop. I'm sure we'll all collapse from exhaustion when it's all over, but wow, what an event. Everything's first class. So much appreciation for the Hall of Fame, the Sports Writers Association, the locals here in Natchitoches who put this on. You know, I put on a couple of events in my life, and I tell you, that they do it the right way.
You know, you may not used to seeing his face, say, in sports, but the last time we saw him, maybe publicly on a grand scale, he was on the stage handing out the national championship trophy, because this was the man behind March Madness, but he's also the man behind the South End Conference. And you were telling me earlier, you may not miss the day-to-day, but when you look back and you see how the conference is going and you see all these expansions, as you look back on it, what do you reflect on?
Yeah, you know, when I look back, we went through some, you know, pretty rough time there toward the end with some membership change, but we kind of really knew we had a long-term plan to get some members to come back to us that really value geographic proximity to one another. So the Southland's in a really good spot now, and I'm really excited for my successor, Chris Grant, who had been on my staff when I decided to leave after the Final Four, as you mentioned, in New Orleans. And the league's in a good spot, and you know, long term, that makes me rest easy.
But you're still in the marketing realm and still involved with sports, right? Because you're in Texas now, correct?
Yeah, I'm doing some consulting work in the Dallas area and have some projects here in Louisiana as well as Texas and across the country. So it's been a change. You know, that commissioner gig went for a long time, and I'm proud of that. And that's some of the things we were able to do in the Southland, but like what I'm doing now.
Well, I'll be honored to get out there and share the stage with you tonight when you get inducted. Congratulations. Thanks for stopping by.
Absolutely.
Have fun this evening.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
You
bet. All right, Karen.
Well, I am joined by Ron Higgins, sports journalist, who is a recipient of the 2024 Distinguished Journalist Award. Congratulations on being inducted into the 2024 Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame. As a journalist, what does this mean to you?
Well, it means that I get to do first-time things like sign autographs.
Oh.
It's like they come up to you, like, "Have your autograph?" I'm looking around like, "You mean me?" It's been wonderful. They just do such a good job here in Natchitoches. It's so organized, and it's like 3 days of business. They just honor you, and I've never had that before. And it's, to me, when I think about this honor, I represent so many people, my family, all the schools I attended, start with Baton Rouge High, Angelina College in Texas, where I played basketball, and then LSU. So a lot of times in my career, I moved so fast that I thought I never did enough. And when I reflect on this award, I thought, well, I guess you did enough.
Well, congratulations. And one of the things that I think is amazing about the Sports Hall of Fame is we honor athletes, but we also honor the journalists who cover them. So job well done, and congratulations. Enjoy the evening.
I will.
Karen, we not only honor the coaches or the players and the journalists, we honor the coaches who coach up those players in the state. And this is one of the best right here because he went to a program that wasn't a program, and in 2 years had them as conference champions. This is head coach Perry Clark and what he did at Tulane. Coach, it's great to see you, sir. How are you doing?
I'm doing really well. It's great to be back in the state of Louisiana, and I'm tremendously honored for being a part of this.
It's great to have you back in the state. You and I had a chance to talk earlier in the week on the phone, talked about the excitement of being here. What's the last 48 hours been ever since you got this beautiful looking blazer?
Oh, man. Everybody has been really tremendous. The hospitality in this state has really been on display, and it's made me feel homesick, to be honest with you, from the food to the people to the courtesies.
You know, when you look back, and you and I are going to have a chance to talk on stage in a little while during the ceremony, but the fond memories you have of New Orleans and what stands out with the way you took over that program to what you were able to do with it.
The people and the drive in the people to want to be successful and being able to, you just kind of get caught up in the emotion. I mean, from the first time I went to a Saints game, or the first time I saw a second line, I mean, just the passion in the state, you have to get caught up in it. And it carried over to our basketball program, and we were able to build something very, very special.
Yeah, you had Fogelman rocking back there on the Tulane campus, and we're going to talk more during the ceremony. Coach, it's great to see you. Congratulations. Enjoy the evening. Look forward to talking to you up there.
All right, thank you.
You bet. Head coach Perry Clark. You know, one of the many events that they have here with part of the Sports Hall of Fame, there's bowling activities, there's dining activities. A couple of months ago, there was also a golf tournament for the Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame. Here's a look at how that went.
We're here at Oak Wing Golf Course in Alexandria, Louisiana for the Spring Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame Golf Classic. Just riding around visiting with folks. Let's go see who we can find.
I love being around people that love Louisiana, love Louisiana sports and just sports in general. So it's been great. Great building that the Hall of Fame has in Natchitoches, Louisiana. So it's always fun to support this group. Bunch of great guys. I'm not a great golfer, but I enjoy being out here.
Horse racing is what got me here, and I enjoyed every second of it. You know, when they had the banquet last night, everybody's wanting to talk about horse racing, and I'm wanting to talk about baseball.
Kind of fun. We try to play a part of it to support the community and give back. And
we share it with our communities that support us. A lot of times our success is built on the fans, the community, the businesses, and just to be able to give back is just awesome.
We're just happy to be out here on a beautiful day, not too hot, a little bit of a breeze, and all the rough weather is gone. Golf is secondary or third on the list.
And I am joined by Bobby Ardoin. He is a 2024 member of the Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame class and won the Distinguished Service Award. That's your recognition. What was your reaction when you got that phone call, being honored for spending a lifetime covering athletes?
Well, to be honest, when they contacted me, the first words out of my mouth, and this is true, it must be an off year, because I was kind of stunned and overwhelmed, even though I've been writing sports in Louisiana for 56 years now. And we were talking the other day, I was talking to Lynn Rollins the other day. He asked me, to kind of calculate or to estimate how many stories I've done in my career, and we were figuring around probably 20,000.
20,000?
Oh, that's conservative.
Wow. That is a prolific career. So you have probably witnessed some phenomenal moments in Louisiana sports history. And here you are making history yourself as a 2024 inductee. Congratulations. Enjoy your evening.
Thank you very much.
All right, and we are headed back to Victor.
Thank you, Karen. We appreciate that. A man wearing blue and gold who coaches for the Blue and Maize, but tonight we celebrate his years in purple and gold. Kevin Jackson, former wrestler at LSU, who's now joining us here. Congratulations, sir.
Thanks so much, Victor. It's an honor to be here.
It is great to see. Of course, a lot of people may not remember wrestling back in the day at LSU, but he was one of the best and then went on to win Olympic gold. We'll talk about that some on the stage, but let's talk about the weekend. You flew down from Detroit. You came down here. Been here 48 hours. How's the weekend been for the new inductees?
It's been unbelievable. It's been awesome. I've been in a few Hall of Fames, but there's no Hall of Fame that does it better than the Louisiana Hall of Fame. It's just been great.
And what's it been like kind of reliving memories from back in the day? Because those who are a new generation at LSU won't know that there was a wrestling program at LSU, but you were here, you put it on the map. I'm sure you spent a lot of time reminiscing about your days in the purple and gold.
Without a doubt. LSU was a school I picked out of high school, so it was a love of mine. And Louisiana has always been a place that's welcomed me with open arms, and so just being back in the state and then to see the warm reception and hospitality, everything that goes along with that's been outstanding.
How did a man from the north move and pick a school in the south? You're going to have to wait and join us during the ceremony. We'll talk about that on the stage. What's it been like getting to meet your fellow classmates before I let you go, the rest of the class of 2024?
Well, it's unbelievable. I mean, the class we're going on with is a very strong class. The majority of them that are going in, they are coaches or former coaches, and so just to see how they've shared their knowledge and their experience and their wealth of knowledge with the youth of today just makes our society, our community that much better. And then just to see the sports writers that have been inducted too, that's done what they've done for the sport, has just been outstanding. So it's been great to get to know them, and I'm glad I'm going in with this class.
Well, it was a pleasure getting to meet you girls. I hope you had a good time. It's a pleasure getting to see you. I will see you on stage. I thank you for your time. And when we speak of classmates in the class, let's go to Karen. She's got another one being inducted tonight.
Yes, I do. I am joined by Frank Monica, Coach Frank Monica, and I emphasize the word coach because he has had a prolific 51-year career coaching at all levels, basically. So what was the career highlight for you? I mean, my goodness, half a century working with athletes.
Exactly, half a century. That's the way to put it, halfway to 100. Karen, I think the most enjoyable thing, I had a lot of highlights of, state championships were important at the high schools and going to 2 different bowls when I was at Tulane in football, but playing against people like Joe Paterno at Penn State when I was at Tulane, and then also playing against Lou Holtz, who's at the time at University of Arkansas in those bowls. That was very enlightening, but there's nothing like high school football because of the close relationship you get with the community and the players and the assistant coaches and principals. All those, I'm very, very thankful. And naturally, my family. I'm lucky and blessed to have 14 grandkids, and got a lot of my family here tonight. So it's been a very, very special lifetime for me.
Well, as a coach, you're very privileged to touch many lives, to influence and shape many, many young lives. What do you want your legacy to be, looking back on your career?
If you ask my former players, I treated them all the same, all bad. But the bottom line was, I'd like to say, make sure that I treated them all the same, meaning that you didn't bend one way or the other with them. You gave them a value system. And that was very, very important, to give them something that they can take with them: discipline, organization, and a structure. And more importantly, it's called hope. You must give everybody, I think, hope. Hope. Yes, ma'am.
That is a beautiful legacy. Well, congratulations again. Enjoy your evening.
Thank you so much, Karen.
We're going to head back to Victor.
Karen, thank you very much. With so many people we're talking to who are celebrating tonight, this man celebrated months ago when the class was announced. It's all work tonight for Ronnie Rance, the head of the Sports Hall of Fame, until the night's over. Then you can celebrate. Good to see you, my friend. How are things going? How's the weekend been for you?
It's been fantastic. Anytime it doesn't rain, it's a good weekend because we have so many events that are indoor, outdoor. It's been amazing. Record crowds. Everybody's having an awesome time. It's another sensational class.
Yeah, and one of the things we talked about, Karen and I, earlier is there's so many different sports. I mean, I was telling her in my 4 or 5 years doing this, we've done fishing, we've done wrestling, we've got MMA tonight, we've done rodeo, and we've got jockeys tonight. Right. I mean, it's such a broad class, but so many people who represent Louisiana in so many different ways.
It really has, and I know you were talking to a wrestler and Kevin Jackson a minute ago, but here's the other thing, too. A lot of past Hall of Famers are here. You're going to see, I just talked to him, T. Barry Porter in the house, 97 years old, back again. Kim Mulkey here today as well. I mean, so it's just a combination of the old and new.
What do you look forward to tonight when we get started in about 30 minutes?
The Walk of Legends is my personal favorite. You know, you get to see all the past Hall of Famers. They announce them individually. They get their ovation, and then comes the class of 2024. That's my favorite moment.
We're about 35 minutes away. Ronnie, thank you so much. Enjoy the evening,
Appreciate it once again, Victor.
Absolutely. It's our pleasure to be here. We'll take a quick time out. We'll come back with more on the purple carpet as we celebrate the class of 2024 at the Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame.
The annual Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame induction ceremony is sponsored by the following State Farm Insurance Agents of Louisiana.
At LeCap, we're not just a financial institution. We are your trusted community partner. With over 60 years of serving our community, we understand your needs and dreams. From buying your first home to planning for your future, we are here for you every step of the way. Make the most of your money at La Capital FCU. We are your trusted financial partner.
Hi, I'm Miss Louisiana, Mackenzie Scroggs, with a safety message from the Louisiana propane dealers. Propane cylinders are safety certified for 12 years, and after that, you must have it recertified or traded in for a new one. And if you make any changes to your tank or appliances, you must have it inspected by a certified propane dealer. And that's the law. To find out more, visit LouisianaPropane.com.
In Louisiana, the heat can be relentless. And when the power goes out, the effects can be unbearable. You can keep the lights on and the air flowing, whether it's an extended outage due to a hurricane or a few hours following a severe summer storm. There's a way to beat the heat and the blackout. Enter the Friends of LPB Power On raffle and you could win a whole house Generac generator valued at over $13,000. Visit lpb.org/raffle for more information. Thank you for supporting LPB.
We are here live on the purple carpet at the 2024 Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame induction ceremony, and I am joined by one of our inductees, Carrie Joseph, McNeese football star, and now honored as a Hall of Famer. Okay, you brought your entire extended family. I've been watching you all weekend. He's got his own fan club here, literally. What has it been like for not only you but your family to celebrate?
It's been a great experience. My family has always supported me. They have always been behind me, and to have them here with this celebration has been awesome. They've encouraged me through the ups and downs, you know, from my immediate family to my extended family to my roommates, from college, teammates, coaches. It's just an awesome experience to be able to share that with everyone.
On a personal note, what does it mean to you to be standing here on the purple carpet among Louisiana's greatest athletes and sports legends?
You know, first of all, I'm honored to be a part of this great organization and this great celebration. There are many great men and women that have come before me to pave this way for me. So it's just truly an honor. I don't take it for granted. I'm very grateful for it, and I'm very thankful for this opportunity to be going in with such a great class. When you think about the men and women that are going into this class, it's just awesome. I feel it's just a very special moment, especially walking across this purple carpet.
Oh, you can't beat the purple carpet, and you look very snazzy in your inductee Hall of Fame official jacket.
Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations again. Enjoy your evening.
Thanks again.
Karen, I will see Mr. Joseph's personal cheering squad, and I will raise you the community of Sunset and beyond, because as we've been standing here, folks are just walking in taking pictures of this young man right here, Ray Sibille, going in tonight. He said that when he was racing back in the day, they used to try to call him Sibille, and they would butcher his name. You know what? When you get 4,600 wins under your belt, you learn how to say your last name, and they earn the right. How are you, sir? Congratulations.
Very good, and I'm so honored to be here. And this is just unbelievable, the show they put on. It's starting Thursday. Yeah. Starting Thursday afternoon when we got here, and Friday, everything. And last night, the fireworks was unbelievable. Oh, this has been an amazing event.
The town of Sunset, come to Natchitoches and then some. A huge crowd to come see Mr. Sibille tonight. And what does it mean to you to be here on the purple carpet? We had a chance to talk earlier in the week. We'll talk about your career when we get on the stage, but just taking it all in with these new classmates that you're in with the class of 2024.
Oh, I've met some great coaches. Coach Ellis, Coach Carrie from Tulane.
Tulane, yeah.
And Coach of Frank Monica.
Frank Monica, all those years out of St. Charles and college. Yeah.
Oh, they were fantastic people. And that's what I said. Drew Brees is not here. I don't care. Coach Ellis is here. That's all I care about.
Yeah, Coach Ellis. Unfortunately, Drew couldn't be here tonight, but we will hear from him on video. And I hope you have a great time. Look, we're about 20 minutes away, so if you don't mind, I know you never heard this when you're on the horse, but I'm going to do it for us to finish up, all right? Karen, down the stretch we come on our Purple Carpet Show before we start for tonight. Back to you.
All right, well, I'm joined by Hollis Conway, two-time Olympic medalist in the high jump, and a Louisiana LPB, Louisiana legend. What, you got a lot of credentials you come with. And, by the way, I'm told that you can actually jump over this step and repeat, which I would actually love to see.
Past tense. Could have jumped over that, not anymore.
Back in the day when you were racking up those 2 Olympic gold medals, right?
Oh, silver and bronze, boy, I call them gold. I'm more famous now because my daughter was Miss Louisiana. She's on Broadway. 2018, she was Miss Louisiana.
Well, you got good DNA there.
Well, so, she got her looks for me.
So tell me what it's like to be back among all of these sports legends. You among them. What year were you inducted into the Hall of Fame?
I think 04.
04. So what is it like for you to be back on the purple carpet and joined by your peers?
You know, one of the things that we've learned is that our stories are what's important. You know, we chase these accomplishments, but it's the journey that you take, the people that you make, the relationship, and everybody has these incredible stories where they've overcome great obstacles, they've inspired people, and you yearn for that, and you realize that we all have a purpose much bigger than ourselves. And this is just a great reminder and the influence that we can have on the lives of the people that are watching. And that's why we're thankful for LPB and broadcasting this and showing us and telling our stories.
Well, I am so honored to be around such greatness. And the thing about sports is it really is a story of humanity. It's about stamina, perseverance, commitment, the ability to weather hard times and to believe in yourself.
Absolutely. It's the life lessons that you learn from there. It's the transferable skills. It can really be a catalyst not only to the lives of the athletes, but everybody that's been influencing them. You know, John Wooden said that a coach will influence more people in a life in 1 year than most people in a lifetime. So we have a tremendous responsibility to make a difference in their lives with all of what God has given us to accomplish.
Well, it's great to see you again, and enjoy your evening. We're going to head on back to Victor.
I got the Ruston rifle with me here, Mr. Burt Jones. You know, Mr. Sibille, as soon as we got done, throw over there taking pictures, sharing stories. It's always great. You can't have a Hall of Fame purple carpet ceremony without Burt Jones coming to visit us. Good to see you, my old friend. How you been?
I've been great. Things in Ruston are all well, and came down, drove through the woods. It's a beautiful drive. Encourage everybody to come.
When you come down here year after year, and I know I have a chance to see you, and we always say hello, you think back to when you were coming through and you see old friends like you're doing and staring with so many friends?
I do. Every time I come, I see friends that I haven't seen since the last time we were at the banquet.
Sure, yeah.
I mean, matter of fact, I just see Jay Darden, and I hadn't seen him in almost a year. So life is good, and this is a wonderful place to catch up with friends that you hadn't seen and new friends that you'll make.
If somebody came up and one of the new classmates or new inductees comes up to you and says, what did you remember from your night that I should take away from? What would you tell them about this entire weekend and ending tonight?
Well, I would tell Simone that she deserved this much more than I. She was fabulous.
Yes, she is. Yes, she is. She's an outstanding athlete. I covered her for back in her high school days and see what she's done now. You know, she's going into 4 halls in 1 year. LSU Hall of Fame she was in. I did a video for that.
Right, I was there.
The Women's Basketball Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
The Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame, which hopefully means the most because it's representing the state. And Naismith is waiting on her. How about that? 4. And she just got a statue.
Pretty impressive.
How's your year been?
My year has been wonderful. My grandchildren are growing up, and life is good.
Yeah, well, that's great. It's always great to see you. I always appreciate you stopping by. Have fun visiting with your friends.
I appreciate it. Will do. Thank you.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate it very much. Karen?
Yeah, I've got Jay Darden on the purple carpet with me. And when you were Lieutenant Governor, the Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame Museum was built. And that was a huge accomplishment because it was years in the making.
It was many years in the making. And the Hall of Fame existed for many years. It was on the campus of Northwestern State University. They really nurtured it, did a tremendous job. It was a very nice exhibit in the runway around the Coliseum. But the Hall of Fame deserved a building. And it just took us a long time to get it done. But we finally got the money to build it. It's a magnificent facility.
It really is. It's got such a modernist facade. That architecture is so stunning, and then inside, just incredible exhibits. One of the latest exhibits is about Pistol Pete Maravich, and you are a super fan. In fact, a lot of your press clippings are part of that exhibit. Tell me about that.
I was in the 8th grade or thereabouts when Pete came to Baton Rouge, and I was a huge fan. As was every basketball player that age who just adored Pete. And I kept a scrapbook of all the news clippings from the Baton Rouge papers, the New Orleans papers, the magazines, and just a regular old kid's scrapbook. Glued them all in. And that scrapbook is on loan to the museum, and it's part of the exhibit with John Mushmesh's great book and all of his photographs that are. And I just looked at that exhibit. It's fabulous. For anybody who's a Pete Maravich fan, they need to come to Natchitoches and see the exhibit.
Well, I think the Sports Hall of Fame Museum is kind of one of those best kept secrets in Louisiana in terms of museums. I think it's just, with the exhibits and the architecture and the memorabilia right now that's tied to the Sports Hall of Fame that changes out every year.
Yeah, and it's part of the museum system from the state under the Lieutenant Governor's office, but it's in Natchitoches, and people need to come find it. They need to come here to see it, but it's a real treasure, and there's so many tremendous Louisiana athletes. We have contributed a disproportionate number of great athletes to the American landscape of sports, and all of them are memorialized here in the museum.
I would say that's well said. One of our greatest natural assets are our athletes.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you so much for joining me, and have a great evening. Always a pleasure to see you.
Thanks, Karen. Good to see you.
Well, Victor, back to you.
Thank you very much, Karen. I'm with Jay Cicero. 2 years ago, we stood here as I was on stage with him as he was entering the hall. Now he's back visiting us as an alum. 2 questions for him, because one, we could do a whole half hour. First of all, Jay, it's great to see you. Welcome back here to Natchitoches.
Appreciate it.
What's it like being back since we were together 2 years ago when you were on the stage with me?
Well, it's been fantastic. Just the honor of being in the Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame. When they called me, Lenny Van Gilder called me and said, we want to talk to you about the Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame. I thought you were talking about my father, who was a coach and a teacher for a long time, and he was a great baseball coach. And I'm like, well, and they said, no, it's you. And so I'm like, I'm incredibly honored to even think that I could be considered for it.
Well, it's great to have you back, and I'm honored to be wearing. You might see I've added some jewelry, and that's because this is the logo for the Super Bowl that this man is helping get ready to put together down in the Superdome next year in New Orleans. I know what a task that is. So here we are in late June. On the scale of 1 to 10 in terms of what needs to be done, where are you as you get ready for the Super Bowl, which comes next February?
Well, of what needs to be done, we're probably at a 6 or 7 right now. The difficulty of getting it done is probably a 20 on the scale of 1 to 10 right now. But we've been raising money for over a year and a half now, and that's the biggest piece. If we can raise the money necessary to fulfill all the obligations of the bid back in 2018 for 2024, actually, we moved it from 24 to 25.
Right.
If we could do that, then everything else will fall into place.
Well, there's a reason why so many in the local media, the national media, players, everybody said New Orleans, the best place for a Super Bowl. We know it will be once again. We wish you the best of luck. I know there's a lot on your plate. It's great to have you here this weekend.
Thanks, Victor. We appreciate it.
It's great to see you so much. Good luck. Karen, back to you.
Yeah, well, I've got a pageant queen. I've got Miss Louisiana, Olivia Grace George. Congratulations, first of all, on your win. Before we start, you have to do your signature pageant wave. Come on. Here we go. She's stunning. So thank you. You have been just about every event I've seen you at. I mean, this entire weekend, everything from the press conference to the cruise down the Cane River. What's the experience been like for you?
Oh, it has been incredible. It has been fast. It has been exciting. I mean, it's not every day you get to hang out with our great state's amazing athletes and journalists, and so I'm just very grateful to be here with Louisiana propane dealers and get to experience all the fun of this weekend.
What's been the highlight so far of your experience?
Oh,
if you could pick one event.
I really loved getting to go down Cane River. That was a lot of fun.
That was really interesting.
It was so beautiful.
Yeah, we were on that cruise together.
Did.
Oh, and we both got to drive the.
Oh yeah, we got to drive. Mm-hmm. That was a lot of fun.
It was. But to your point, I think that it's so mind blowing to be around such accomplished sports legends, not only athletes but journalists. And
absolutely.
And for someone like you, do you aspire to be an athlete one day? Is that part of your wheelhouse?
Yeah, I'm a dancer myself, so a fellow athlete. Now, I'm no Simone Augustus, and I can't jump that high, but hey, maybe one day my jumps will be as high as hers. We shall see.
Well, again, congratulations, Miss Louisiana. You look stunning and definitely the most beautiful person on the purple carpet, hands down, this evening.
Thank you.
Back to Victor.
All right, Karen, thank you so much. I'm honored to be standing next to a coach that I have the honor of covering when we call the games, and if she's in action on the sideline, it's LSU head coach Kim Mulkey and a Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame member. Great to see you, Coach. How are you?
I'm doing great. I almost forgot to use this mic.
That's all right.
This is awesome. You know, I haven't been here. This is my first time to see the museum and to walk through it. And as I was telling you earlier, I was 29 when I was inducted, that's been a long time ago.
And I'm sure it's been a whirlwind, but have you had a chance to really slow down and take some of it in?
I haven't, but that's okay. I'm just going to keep looking and hugging and talking to people. I see so many people from where I grew up and then playing at Louisiana Tech and then now LSU. Man, this is good. This is why I came back home.
And certainly a tie-in tonight because, of course, Coach Mulkey is already in the Hall of Fame. But earlier this evening, we had a chance to talk to her newest assistant coach and newest inductee, and that's Simone Augustus. And I know, Kim, you had a chance to try to recruit her. You didn't get her. You had to coach against her. You barely got her. Now you got her as a coach. She said coaching wasn't really her thing, but you kept calling, and all of a sudden now she says she's got the bug. What does it mean for you to be here to see her go in from a player, but to have her on your staff as well?
Well, let's talk about her being inducted. Wow, she's not only going into our Hall of Fame here in Louisiana, she's going into 3 Hall of Fames. And what a career Simone has had, and what a great ambassador for not just LSU, but for the state. And yes, I did bug her into getting into coaching. I remember when Dr. F.J. Taylor bugged me to get into coaching, and here I am 40 years later. And it just takes a little push sometimes. And I look forward to Simone being a part of our program, and we're all here tonight because of her.
Yeah, and we saw a lot of the staff that's going to be here as well. We look forward to celebrating her. And it's great to see you, Coach. I know we don't always have a lot of time. Your world is always busy. Glad you're enjoying some grandkid time and some summertime. And thanks for joining us tonight.
You betcha. Thank you.
Always great to see Coach Mulkey. Karen, back to you.
All right, well, I am joined by Olympian volleyball player Danielle Scott. Congratulations on your incredible career, a 2019 inductee into the Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame. I mean, oh my goodness, right?
Stop.
Among greatness. So tell me a little bit about what it's like to be here on the purple carpet among all of these sports legends, yourself included.
It's really fun to be here. You know, we're invited as past inductees to come back, and I think it's really cool to hear all the stories of the new inductees, and especially since there's so many different sports represented, so many different disciplines too, in terms of journalists and things who are covering all of our athletes and things. So it's really nice to be back here to celebrate them, to hear their story, and be a part of this Hall of Fame family.
And we talk about the Sports Hall of Fame being equal opportunity for all sports, volleyball included. I'm really curious to hear your insights on the game of volleyball as you've seen it evolve over the years, given your illustrious career.
Yeah, so the game is definitely growing. It's the #1 sport for girls and women, and now there's going to be another professional volleyball league. League One Volleyball is starting in November. I work with them. We're starting November. Competition starts in January 25. 9 of our current Olympians will be competing with Love, League One Volleyball, come January. So it's super exciting how it's growing, how much support it is, and what a great time it is for women in sport.
It is an amazing time for women in sports. We've seen, in some instances, women athletic teams drawing larger crowds than the male counterparts.
Yeah, exactly. You know, finally, we're getting a platform to have have a voice as athletes, as women, and we're being heard and we're being honored. And of course, we can't do any of this without our male counterparts, but it's nice to be recognized, to be valued for not only athletes, but there are a lot of women who have kids, mothers, who are able to, now that we have the sport here in the United States, to not have to choose, can have a longer career and play as long as they like.
Well, congratulations on being a leader in that area, and welcome again back to the Sports Hall of Fame induction ceremony.
Thank you so much,
It's
Carrie.
an honor and a pleasure to meet you.
Likewise.
I'll be watching that league.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Victor, we're going to head back to you.
Karen, thank you very much. Class of 2017. You know him, you love him. His face of LSU Tigers, Eddie Kennison, everybody. I'm glad I get to see you like this, because usually we're in carpool behind each other because our kids go to school together. As you get to wave at them, or we're at some field trip with alligators, right?
That's right, brother.
Other than that, I'm glad to get to see you here and talk sports. How you doing, friend?
Doing fantastic, brother. Good to see you here as well.
Class of 2017, you said you haven't made it back every year, so when you do come back, what's it like coming back to Natchitoches to spend the weekend and see everybody?
It raises the hairs on the back of my neck, because it's such a wonderful event. We get so many wonderful athletes, from Louisiana that play sports in Louisiana, to be inducted into Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame. It's such a beautiful event. It's such a beautiful time to be here and see all the new inductees, and even see the guys and women that went in before me and with me. So it's always fun to come back.
And I was going to ask you about that, because we've been asking the current inductees for this year's class what it's like making new friends and meeting their classmates. What was it like for you when you went in with your class? Do you still keep in touch with some of your classmates?
I still keep in contact. Dee Bro went in with me.
Sure.
Ed Reed went in with me, so I talked to Ed, a few times a month. So it's always fun to keep up and keep in touch with those folks. And even like tonight at the reception or before here, getting to know some of the new inductees tonight, and hearing their stories and why it's so important to them and the things they did in Louisiana. So it's always great hearing those fun stories.
It's always fun to share everybody's story that they have, and it's always fun to share yours as well. It's good to see you, my friend.
Victor,
I hope things keep going well. All the best. Enjoy tonight, okay?
Thank you. Will do.
Eddie Kennison, everybody. Karen, back to you.
Yeah, well, I'm joined by Kit Lowe, Hall of Famer. So your induction was delayed thanks to COVID. Here you are back on the purple carpet, joining your peers and other sports legends. Tell me a little bit about what it meant to you when you received that call that you were going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame.
Well, I've been involved with this, Karen, for a number of years. In my work at LSU, we had a lot of our athletes go in, and also I was the one who helped start the first television broadcast of the Hall of Fame back in the days on Cox Sports Television, and eventually went live, and now we've got this great partnership with LPB that we're so excited about, and it's just always a fabulous night every year. The best in a great state getting inducted in the Hall of Fame each year, so it's always special. As you'll see in the next few hours, it's always emotional, and you never know exactly how it's going to go during the evening.
Well, how have you seen the Sports Hall of Fame evolve over the years? Because it continues to grow and build an audience and momentum and a fan base.
Well, when we first started doing the television show, we thought we were close to a building. We broke ground, then Katrina happened, and it was a long process to get this building built 11 years ago. But once it finally was built, this really became a show place. And Natchitoches became the Cooperstown and the Canton.
If we could show viewers right now the crowd that comes out for this event, it's really, really impressive.
It's going to be packed in there. They'll see it tonight on the broadcast. It's going to be packed in there.
Absolutely. All right. Well, it was a pleasure to talk to you on the purple carpet. Victor, back to you.
Karen, thank you very much. So what a great hour we've had here on the purple carpet in Natchitoches. Once again, as we heard Ronnie say earlier, we're blessed with great weather, a fantastic crowd. This might be the biggest crowd we've seen in the 5 or 6 years I've been doing it, but there's a reason. It's an outstanding class going in this year for the Sports Hall of Fame. They've had events all weekend long. You've heard the inductees talk about it. They've had meals. They've had bowling tournaments. They've had press conferences. They've had luncheons. Tonight, though, is the formal night to celebrate them as they get set to get inducted into the class of 2024. That'll kick off at the top of the hour. and it starts with the Walk of Legends, so you want to catch everything from the very beginning. We look forward to sharing the evening with you on the inside. But as we get ready to say goodbye from the purple carpet, we talked about some of the big events like the golf tournaments, the bowling, and things like that. They also had events like baseball, and when these events happen for kids, you never know who's going to show up, because a lot of times some of the biggest names in sports will be there, and that happened earlier this year with the Sports Hall of Fame and one of the baseball clinics. And we'll take a look at what it goes into selecting the class. Top of the hour, we start the induction for the class of 2024. From the purple carpet for Karen LeBlanc, I'm Victor Howell. We'll see you inside as we get ready for the 2024 class for the Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame here in Natchitoches.
Ben McDonald here. Hey, we're having a good time. Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame fundraiser, Champions of the Diamond. Got some really cool people here. Of course, Coach Bertman here. Paul Maneri's here. Mike Bianco, one of my favorite guys. All of them have won national championships. Todd Walker's here. Roger Clemens. Hook'em Horns is here, although we don't like Texas a whole lot. But we're going to raise some money for the Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame. We're going to have a good time tonight.
Baton Rouge has done so much for me, so just to get back and be here and support everybody, I love it. Just going to have a great time here with all these baseball legends, and it's going to be a great event.
And he is the greatest pitcher of all time.
For me, the highlight was I got to face Reggie Jackson for the first time at Fenway Park when he was a California Angel. And I remember our Shermfeller, our big booming voice announcer, now batting for the California Angels, number 44, Reggie Jackson. And I'm behind the mound retying my shoes that weren't untied and going, I don't even want to look at him. He's got the half-shell helmet on and the glasses. And I turned around, and there's Reggie standing in the plate, tapping that plate. And I thought my arm was going to come off. I was trying to throw as hard as I could to him. And I just remember a couple fastballs. I got a couple by him, and he's staring me down. I'm like, what's wrong with him? And he tells time out, and he had a handkerchief in his back pocket, and he calls time, whips those glasses off, pulls his hanky out and starts cleaning his glasses. I'm like, dude, he can't see my stuff, I guess. I don't know what's going on. And he's clean. He puts them back on there. And it was, that was the highlight for me to face. I mean, I really could have shut it down after I got done facing Reggie.
Well, we get to tell a bunch of stories and probably exaggerate a lot. We probably hit more and struck out more guys than we said we did, but that's okay. That's part of baseball.
Anytime you get Skip in a room, and Mike Bianco and Paul Maneri and some of the other guys that's going to be here, the stories are going to be fun.
One Florida was coming to town my junior year, and he said, hey, you pitchers, listen, y'all go fix the mound. That was a mistake.
Skip told him, Coach Bertman told me, he said, listen, your guys got the same advantage our guys do.
My guys are just better than your guys.
What is it? Do you have to have been a former player to be able to do Skip that well?
Yeah,
everybody out there that played for Skip can do that, what these guys are doing. I'm so jealous.
Skip's got 5, Paul's got 1, Jay's got 1, Bianco's got 1. There's 8 or 9 national championships in that room over there, too, just between the coaches. So that's so cool, and some of the best coaches that's ever coached in this game.
So many great players and coaches are all here. And just, baseball has been a big part of my life. And so I'm glad to get back.
Hello, I am Paul Bird, former LSU baseball national champion, 14-year Major League pitcher, broadcaster, and most recently a 2023 inductee into the Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame. I'm so excited to say that. Louisiana has a tradition just like this sportsman's paradise behind me, as you know, of producing highly successful national and even international athletes whose accomplishments are forever celebrated at the State Sports Hall of Fame Museum in Natchitoches, Louisiana. This year, the first ever team membership drive will help keep our museum atop the list nationally while also giving you, as a team member, some great benefits. Log on to lasportshall.com. That's lasportshall.com, and click on the Join the Team button at the top of the page and become a Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame Foundation team member today. Remember, this is the first time we're ever doing it. Let's all get behind one another and make it the best.
Support for this program is provided by Natchitoches, Louisiana's oldest city, offering history, culture, and fun for family vacations. Information and planning tips are available at natchitoches.com.
The annual Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame induction ceremony is sponsored by the following State Farm Insurance Agents of Louisiana.
In Louisiana, the heat can be relentless, and when the power goes out, the effects can be unbearable. You can keep the lights on and the air flowing, whether it's an extended outage due to a hurricane or a few hours following a severe summer storm. There's a way to beat the heat and the blackout. Enter the Friends of LPB Power On raffle and you could win a whole house Generac generator valued at over $13,000. Visit lpb.org/raffle for more information. Thank you for supporting LPB.
At LeCap, we're not just a financial institution. We are your trusted community partner. With over 60 years of serving our community, we understand your needs and dreams. From buying your first home to planning for your future, we are here for you every step of the way. Make the most of your money at La Capital FCU. We are your trusted financial partner.
Hi, I'm Miss Louisiana, Mackenzie Scroggs, with a safety message from the Louisiana propane dealers. Propane cylinders are safety certified for 12 years, and after that, you must have it recertified or traded in for a new one. And if you make any changes to your tank or appliances, you must have it inspected by a certified propane dealer. And that's the law. To find out more, visit louisianapropane.com.
Hi, everybody. I'm C.C. Copeland, President and CEO of Louisiana Public Broadcasting. For nearly 50 years, LPB's mission has been to tell Louisiana's story. Tonight, we're proud to partner with the Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame and the Louisiana Sports Writers Association to present the inspiring stories of this year's honorees. Congratulations to you all, and enjoy the evening, everyone.
We're here in Scotland, Louisiana at the Lions Club for the annual Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame induction class voting. We're going to pick the 2024 Hall of Fame class. There's 40 people in the room. They're made up of board members, past Hall of Famers, mostly Louisiana sports writers that have been in the business for 20 plus more here in the state of Louisiana. It's a heated discussion. Takes about 2-3 hours to go through the many different rounds. But this Hall of Fame class in 2024 is going to be a pretty good one.
There's a 40-member committee that is built by the Louisiana Sports Writers Association, which is the parent organization of the Hall of Fame. Each year we study a ballot nearly 30 pages long, and we narrow it down to roughly a third of that to go into a meeting room somewhere and vote like you used to see voting in a political convention, round by round. And once somebody passes the threshold of the point total, there's a weighted system for the voting, then they're in.
When I got the email the other day from Doug, it was like, wow, this is all the names they go through, and that's not even half of the names that everybody else went through because they cut the list down. So it's one of those like, wow, I can't wait for it.
It's a very challenging process, even up to the day of the selection. We have a tremendous trove of great sports figures, and even the competition to get in this Hall of Fame, while it's not a competition as such, the challenge the voters face each year, there are some astounding people who have not yet been elected because of the depth of great, not good, but great elite sports figures.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We ask that you please stand. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask you please stand. We're going to honor America with the singing of our national anthem performed by our dear friend Kayla Terrell. Thank you.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
You can be seated, please. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Natchitoches Event Center. Welcome to charming Natchitoches. Welcome to air conditioning. Aren't you happy about that? I got out of my car, and before I could get in here, I was sweating like a hog with typhoid. It's very, very warm in this charming town, but it's cool in here in your company. How about another hand for Kayla? Kayla is awesome. Kayla sung the anthem one year. It was like 12 months, not 12 months pregnant, 8.5 months pregnant, if I remember how that works. One of the greatest athletic achievements I've ever seen. She's awesome, and she always shows up, and she's one of the wonderful friends of the Hall of Fame. Hey, I know my name is Teddy Allen, and I know most of you that would not mean anything to you. Don't feel uncomfortable about that. I'm a writer in North Louisiana. I'm a member of the Louisiana Sports Writers Association, and that's why I am here. I was told to do this, and none of my other friends in the organization will do it. So I have been doing this for 19 years, and hopefully we'll turn. Thank you, Mom. So I'm not a big star. I never wanted to be one, and so far that's working out really, really exceptionally well. But I do know a lot of stars, and we're going to introduce y'all to those here tonight. This is a culmination of 3 days, really, of a celebration as we honor our new class of sports greats entering the Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame. And one of the great traditions, maybe my favorite thing, one of the favorite things we do every year is reintroduce you to Hall of Fame members and then formally introduce you to our new class. That will be the class of 2024. So please join hands with Hall of Famer Lynn Rollins and our longtime Louisiana broadcaster Victor Howell. They're going to take you down the Walk of Legends.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's meet these distinguished members of the Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame. A standout at Nichols, who became a hard-hitting Pro Bowl safety for the Kansas City Chiefs from New Orleans, Carrie. A long-time NCAA basketball official who's called 5 Final Fours, also the retired City of Lafayette Recreation Director, and now a distinguished state senator, Gerald Boudreaux.
A national network television broadcaster since the mid-'80s and an untiring promoter of his home state and its sports heroes. From Shreveport and ULM, the first winner of the Louisiana Sports Ambassador Award, it's Timmy B, Tim Brando.
The CEO and president of the Greater New Orleans Sports Foundation, whose fingerprints are on every major sporting event in the Crescent City, including the Super Bowl next February. A Shreveport native, Jay Cicero. The only American to win 2 Olympic medals in the high jump. A 3-time NCAA champion at UL for the Ragin' Cajuns. His American record clearance still stands 7 feet, 10.5 inches. A Shreveport native from Lafayette, Hollis Conway.
Our state's greatest thoroughbred racing jockey, with 5 Triple Crown victories among the 6,300 winners he rode. A Racing Hall of Famer from New Iberia, Eddie Delahousse.
6th nationally in the history of all high school sports in America, having coached 64 state championship teams in cross country and track. From Mamou and Episcopal High in Baton Rouge, Clanny Duplichat. 40 years as a professional tennis umpire, including 34 at the U.S. Open Championships, including 18 finals, along with numerous Davis Cup and Federation Cup competitions, Marie Gagnard. He was the Johnny Appleseed of fast-pitch softball in Louisiana, serving as ASA commissioner for decades. Representing Mr. Softball, the late Benny Turkin, is his daughter, Sharon Gahagan.
Representing her grandfather, the 1936 USA Olympic silver medalist, 1936 USA gold medalist, and world record hurdler, LSU's Glenn Slats Harden, is Jolie Bluin. A 3-time individual national champion gymnast at LSU, a 12-time All-American, and the Honda National Gymnast of the Year as a senior in 2010, ladies and gentlemen, Susan Jackson. The state's first girls high school basketball player to make the Parade All-America team. Then a 2-time All-America player and dynamic coach and athletic director at Louisiana College. From Pitkin, now living in Pineville, Sheila Thompson-Johnson.
The Ruston Rifle, an LSU All-American, a #1 pick in the NFL draft, the 1976 NFL Most Valuable Player from Ruston and LSU, Burt Jones.
Remembering a 2-time NAIA All-America basketball player at Louisiana College and a very successful coach at Xavier and LC from Alexandria, the late Janice Joseph Richard, represented by her sister, Pam Jones.
A high school All-America receiver and track star. A 6-time track All-American and the football standout at LSU, who played 13 productive seasons in the NFL. From Lake Charles, Eddie Kennison.
The 2007 Dave Dixon Louisiana Sports Leadership Award winner, championship Nichols basketball coach who became an accomplished college administrator. From Baton Rouge, Don Landry.
An All-America slot back for Coach Eddie Robinson's Grambling Tigers, and a first-round NFL draft pick, 2-time Super Bowl champion, and a Pro Bowl receiver in a 13-year pro career from Homa and Grambling State University, Frank Lewis.
The youngest person ever inducted into the Hall of Fame, enshrined at the age of 29 in 1990 for her incredible playing career at Hammond High School, Louisiana Tech, and as a 1984 USA gold medalist, who now stands as one of the most successful head coaches, man or woman, in the history of college basketball, with over 700 career wins and 4 national titles, the last in 2023 with the LSU Fighting Tigers. From Tickfall, Hammond High School, and Louisiana Tech, Kim Mulkey.
A world-class sprinter who represented the United States in international competition after an All-America career for the Ragin' Cajuns before he became an NFL receiver. From New Orleans, Harold Porter.
One of America's first great rodeo cowboys and our state's first ever pro rodeo competitor. 98 years young, the legend from Leesville, Pro Rodeo Hall of Famer, T. Barry Porter.
A 3-time All-America linebacker at Northwestern State. A 2-time Super Bowl champion as a starting linebacker for the New York Giants. College Football Hall of Famer, Gary Reasons.
Remembering the winningest coach in college football history, and so much more, with 408 wins and 9 Black College National Championships in 56 seasons at Grambling State University. The incomparable Eddie Robinson, represented by his grandson, Eddie Robinson III.
A 5-time star on the USA Olympic volleyball team, a 2-time silver medalist, and the world's most valuable player in 2001. From Baton Rouge, Danielle Scott, joined by her daughter Juliana.
Going into the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame in October with over 1,200 career wins, the state's all-time high school coaching victory leader, who stands number 5 nationally. From Peabody High School in Alexandria, Charles Smith.
He led 2024 inductee Frank Monica's 1978 Lutcher football team to a state championship. Starred at Tulane and played an amazing 15 years at cornerback in the NFL. From Lutcher and Tulane, Lionel Washington.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's meet the Hall of Fame's newest members, the class of 2024.
We start with a versatile award-winning sports writer in 50-plus years, based in Opelousas while covering events from the NFL to high school and so much more across Acadiana and South Louisiana. An iconic media figure in St. Landry Parish. From Opelousas, Bobby Ardoin.
She was the nation's top high school recruit who transformed LSU's program into a national power before she won 4 WNBA championships and 3 Olympic gold medals with Team USA. She's heading to the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame in October. From Baton Rouge, Capital High School, and LSU, Simone Augustus.
He helped found the New Orleans Bowl in 11 years with the American South and Sun Belt conferences, then became one of the nation's more innovative conference leaders in over 2 decades as commissioner of the Southland Conference. The Dave Dixon Louisiana Sports Leadership Award winner. From Louisiana Tech, Tom Burnett.
Tulane's basketball program was literally on the shelf when he took over, but the Green Wave quickly made 3 NCAA tournament trips in 4 seasons, starting a run of 7 postseason appearances and 6 20-win seasons in 11 years. From Tulane, Coach Perry Clark.
He spent 43 years coaching baseball at Grambling, 30 as head coach, building a nationally respected program that produced multiple big leaguers. But his impact goes far past his tremendous coaching resume. He's the second ever winner of the Louisiana Sports Ambassador Award from Grambling State University, and he sold the house out tonight, Wilbert Ellis.
One of the most decorated and respected sports writers in state history, the only Louisiana person to serve as president of the Football Writers Association of America, he has won nearly 200 writing awards. From Baton Rouge and LSU, Ron Higgins.
A three-time All-America wrestler at LSU from 1983 to 1985. An Olympic gold medalist for the USA in the 1992 Barcelona Games. A multiple-time world champion. And a long-time USA Olympic wrestling coach. From LSU, Kevin Jackson.
His is one of the most unique modern-day pro football careers. In 19 seasons, after becoming the greatest player ever as a quarterback for the McNeese Cowboys, playing quarterback and safety in the NFL, then becoming a breakout star quarterback, a league MVP, and a Grey Cup champion in 12 CFL seasons. From New Iberia and McNeese, Carrie Joseph.
A veteran of 51 years coaching high school and college football, with the unprecedented accomplishment of winning state championships in different decades with 3 different South Louisiana prep teams. The last a long run developing a powerhouse at St. Charles Catholic. From LaPlace and Nicholls State, Frank Monica.
And to wrap up the class of 2024, a product of the Bush Tracks who rose to stand among America's greatest thoroughbred jockeys with 4,200 wins in a 35-year career that produced $68 million in purse winnings, a 1988 Breeders' Cup winner, and the 2004 George Wolf Jockey Award recipient from Sunset, Ray Sibille.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's recognize one more time these Louisiana Sports Hall of Famers.
Short people in front.
Isn't that a good-looking bunch? Give them a hand, y'all. Wasn't that fun? I mean, seriously, I know in Louisiana people make fun of us sometime and all, and we bring a lot of it probably on ourselves. We about got ball figured out. And these 12 will bring the membership to 491 in all categories since the first class was inducted in 1959. So you really should be proud of your state, and you just can't swing a cat without hitting an All-American or a world champion or something. It's a real privilege to be involved in getting that most deserving class into the Hall of Fame. We want to thank our presenting sponsor, of course, State Farm Agents of Louisiana. Also, our continued partnership with Louisiana Public Broadcasting. Grateful for that. Tonight's ceremony is actually streaming live on YouTube, and it's also on lpb.org. This ceremony will be broadcast on all the LPB affiliates on July the 11th at 7 p.m. Also, we had some Hall of Famers on the DL tonight, but another hand for T-Berry and Don and Sharon, who couldn't get up on stage. How about a hand for those? They showed up even though they were limping. This is the 11th class that we celebrated since the museum opened that I hope a lot of y'all got to go into over on historic Front Street, and changes are underway there over the next few months. And to tell you more about that, I want to introduce you to the CEO and the president of the Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame Foundation. He's going to say a few words to you. He's also a member of one of Skip Bertman's national championship LSU Tiger teams. He put the Z in zany left-hander. Please welcome Ronnie Rance.
Thanks, everybody, and welcome to the 2024 Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame induction. It has been a heck of a weekend. We have had, this is now the 7th event in 3 days. I know our Hall of Famers have enjoyed it. They're also a little tired, but tonight we're culminating with, hopefully will be one of the more exciting and fun-filled Hall of Fame induction ceremonies you have been to. We have put a lot of work into it. It has taken a village to put this together. We've had a tremendous amount of volunteers, interns, and of course support from our sponsors. We couldn't do it without them. State Farm Agents of Louisiana is our presenting sponsor today, but we've had a lot of great ones all weekend long. As Teddy mentioned, the Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame Museum, it opened in 2013. We're going to do over $250,000 worth of renovations and improvements to the museum over the next 12 to 16 months. We're really excited about that. We hope that you'll come back and enjoy the Hall of Fame. It's open Tuesday through Saturday. It's a great short 2.5-hour drive from Baton Rouge and other parts. So we hope you come up here to Natchitoches, enjoy the city, eat the great food, and visit the Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame. For an opportunity to take a little peek inside, turn to the video screen and take a look at our welcome reception that we had on Thursday.
At LeCat, we're not just a financial institution. We are your trusted community partner. With over 60 years of serving our community, we understand your needs and dreams. From buying your first home to planning for your future, we are here for you every step of the way. Make the most of your money at La Capital SCU. We are your trusted financial partner.
Welcome to the 2024 Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame celebration. Events kicked off here in Natchitoches at the Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame, where a press conference was held announcing the 12 inductees into the 2024 class. Now, during the ceremony, each one of them received a signature Sports Hall of Fame blazer. You could say it's a fashion statement of honor, and that's just the beginning.
It's really overwhelming to be considered at a place that I called home for a long time. So to come back and be honored by the Hall, I'm going to cherish this weekend and enjoy it.
So as a sports fan, this is quite an aha moment, a memorable moment for you.
Than anybody here. The first thing I wanted to do was go and meet Maravich.
Chris, what is it like for you each year to unveil your new portraits of athletes, inductees into the Hall of Fame?
It's the biggest moment really of the year, definitely for me. You know, that's why you do it, is that response.
When any time your state or your nation honor you, that's great. That's joy. It means a lot to you. I mean, I received something like 7 or 8 other Hall of Fame. It might be more than that. But this one meant more than any of them.
Welcome to the beautiful and historic city of Natchitoches, home of the Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame Museum. Our city is proud of our historic nature, and we are overjoyed to be living in this moment of history with you all right now. Today, we will witness the induction of 12 amazing individuals into the Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame. It is a moment that has been earned through a lifetime of dedication and hard work. And do come back and see us here in Natchitoches, the beautiful city of lights and home of the Northwestern State University. Fork 'em Demons.
Thanks to Mayor Ronnie Williams, Jr., and I hope you do come back to Natchitoches. Wonderful place. And the LSWA always loves coming here. The LSWA plays a major role, of course, in selecting each class. It's a very difficult process, as you can imagine, by who you've already met tonight. Each year, the LSWA selects 1 or 2 Distinguished Service Award winners. You've already met 2 of them, and now we're joining us on stage are some past DSA winners, and we want you to meet them. First of all, Louis Bonnet couldn't be here tonight. He's watching back in Lake Charles. This is his son, Matthew, who edited those real pretty programs you got on stage. We're going to keep them up here and get their picture made. Bruce Brown, also his parole officer helping him. That's Roe Brown. Bill Bumgardner, he's the father of these 2. Very long story. Who we got? Robin. Robin's one of our best. Frambo, she's the best we got. Larry Hummel, Mr. Southeastern. Dougie Ireland's the heart and soul and at least 1 lung of the Hall of Fame. Kent Lowe, LSWA Treasurer Emeritus. Lori Lyons was the president, wave Lori, when the museum opened. We also have the dynamic duo of Dan McDonald and Sheldon Mickles. There they are. Butch Muir, pride of West Monroe. And who else we got? Is Mr. Regina here?
Nope.
No? Okay. Well, I was wondering if Mr. Regina was here for the late Jerry Pierce. Okay. Mr. Regina, if you're out there, we wish you were up here, but God love you for taking care of Jerry. And then the trifecta of Keith Prince, Glenn Quivido, Bob Tompkins, also the voice of the Hall of Fame, Lynn Rollins. How about a big hand for these? Also, Scooter Hobbs is back in Lake Charles. Hey to him. Also to Beverly and to Ted Lewis. Guys, get in close. Group picture tonight. We're going to, I know y'all want to see these. They look almost lifelike if you catch them just right. Ted Lewis is in St. Tammany Parish. He couldn't get his ankle bracelet off, or he'd have been here tonight. Is that close enough? Okay. This is. Wow, everybody look. All right. Boy, it's fun to watch professionals work, isn't it? Isn't that pretty? Okay, guys, go back and sit down. Good job. Way to go. Hey, watch out. Hey, Larry. Mr. Southeastern, good job.
Be funny.
Way to go. Okay. All right. This is, yeah.
That's you.
Okay, I've got the rest of the thing. Give them a hand. Nobody ever clapped for them. I'm good. We're good. This MC job is so top secret that even I don't know what I'm doing. Isn't that unbelievable, Coach Ellis? Okay. Listen, look at that, guys. They're giving y'all a sitting ovation. Isn't that unbelievable? This might be a good time for us to hear from our outgoing president of the LSWA, and that is the hardest working man in the sports writing business, Raymond Parks III of 103 ESPN in Lafayette.
Good evening. Welcome to the Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame induction ceremony here in historic Natchitoches. I'm Raymond Parks III, the president of the Louisiana Sports Writers Association, and I welcome you to this amazing event. This year's class is phenomenal, and I want to encourage you to explore historic Natchitoches, visit our state-of-the-art Hall of Fame and Museum on Front Street, and just take in all the sights and sounds of this great weekend. For us, with the LSWA, we take great pride in being part of this process as we meet every year to vote on the next year's induction class. We always take great pride in the fact that we put together a diverse and immensely outstanding class of individuals to be put into our Hall of Fame. Congratulations to all the inductees. Thank you for everyone that made this happen, and God bless.
Thank you, Raymond. Okay, it's time to let her rip. Tater chip. Way to go, Raymond. Good job. Thank you for it. Y'all are a beautiful crowd. Y'all are spectacular. Hope you enjoy yourself tonight. Want you to root for the class of 2024. Remember, this is supposed to be more ball game than banquet, so just hoop and holler and do whatever you want to do. Feel free to do all that. Just do not take the beautiful decorations that are on the tables. The ladies from the Tiger Athletic Foundation, they have been working out with our old friend Kim Mulkey, Simone. They will find you and hunt you down. They have a particular set of skills. Don't steal nothing. And I know we are going to mess up some tonight. If God had wanted this to be perfect, I promise I would not be involved, and neither would the LSWA. But just hanging there with us, in an hour and 50 minutes, you're going to be able to smother your favorite Hall of Famer. The LSWA, these people that were up here a minute ago, and the Hall of Fame Foundation, we're kind of responsible for putting this on, so we may have a hiccup or two. But remember that pros built the Titanic and amateurs built the Ark, and y'all remember how that turned out. Thank you. If any of y'all ever been to church, you'll get that. So here, if you ain't been to church, somebody explain it to you. Here's how it's going to work. We're going to watch a real pretty video that's been put together that kind of introduces them to you, and then we'll get your Hall of Fame up here. Either Lynn or Victor will introduce them and interview them. And you are, again, feel free to clap as loud as you wish. If you need to move around or stretch or something, that's okay too. We just want you to have fun. If you've lived in Southwest Louisiana for any length of time, then you followed local coverage of news and sports, and you're well aware of our first journalist to be inducted tonight. So let's meet one of those who's made his mark with the printed word, our good friend Bobby Ardoin.
Bobby Ardoin has done just about everything in the journalism business, and he's still producing compelling content, having made the shift from newspaper to online publications.
His creativity, his versatility is unique.
He sets a certain standard that so many can never achieve.
He wrote for many years in his hometown for the Daily World and St. Landry Today, before beginning a stint in Opelousas Access Television, while continuing to write for outlets like the Baton Rouge State Times and the Daily Iberian.
Back when newspapers had hard and fast deadlines, and here's a game that would end at 9:55. Bobby would have that story in by 10 o'clock.
Bobby can cover everything, and Bobby has covered everything. He's covered everything from high school, college, pro football, to murder trials, to city council meetings, parish council meetings. That's a unique talent.
Now he is back with a reborn St. Landry Today, which has evolved into a vibrant online publication.
He covers a national championship game the same way he would cover a Tuesday non-conference soccer match in St. Landry Parish. He treats it the same way, with respect and dignity, and that's why he's one of the best.
You're either going to laugh at him because he's a grumpy old man, and that's funny, or you're going to laugh with him because he's got some off-the-wall story about some character he's covered or friends with. It's a kick covering games with Bobby.
In addition to his 50-plus years as a journalist, Ardoin also worked as a full-time teacher, including 39 years spent at Opelousas High School, where he taught English, social studies, and journalism. Ardoin has received numerous awards for his work in sports journalism, along with 3 separate State Education Writer of the Year awards.
But he made the transition. He does things for websites. He does a lot of social media. He keeps the public informed, and that's the big thing that he does, is that he has kept up with the times.
When people need the news in St. Landry Parish, Bobby Ardoin is a name they turn to and a name they trust.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's first Distinguished Service Award winner in sports journalism and Louisiana Sports Hall of Famer, Bobby Ardoin. He was adopted And he learned that early in life, but he just recently discovered his biological parents and family. And what a story that is, because, Bobby, you found out that they have a great deal of background in journalism themselves.
That's probably been the most surprising revelation in my past 10 years of my personal life. I spent 73 years wondering kind of, who my biological family was and kind of where this writing gene originated, because it's evidently pretty strong, because probably, and I was talking to Lynn a couple of days ago, and we kind of estimated that I've probably done 15 to maybe 18,000 stories in my lifetime, and that's a conservative number, I think.
Well, they were instrumental, although you didn't know it at the time through heredity. But I call you a Renaissance journalist because you've worked in newspaper, you've excelled in newspaper, excelled in radio, excelled in television, and an English teacher. You've written sports, he's written hard news. He has kept up with the times. Not everybody has, Bobby. It's been a challenge, I know.
Yeah, my skills with the computer weren't very, very good to start off with, but I had a lot of help with my students. They taught me how to use the computer, and to be honest, I stayed around in the school system long enough for them to show me just about everything that I need to know about modern journalism. And as Lynn knows, because he was back there too, I started off on a typewriter. Some of you may not know what that is.
He also started off at Northwestern State University and preceded me at NSU by just a couple of years, but worked as an early sports editor there.
Yeah, and as I was telling Lynn earlier, I arrived in 1966. Yeah, I'm a dinosaur. And that first year was an amazing year for Northwestern. They went 9-0. They were the NAIA regular season champions. And what a great ride with great coaches and all of you Northwestern veterans know who they are. Jack Clayton in football and baseball, Tynes Hildebrand in basketball. Great guys.
What you may not know is the toughness, the resiliency of Barbie Ardoin. He's had a heart attack. He's had cancer. He kept working through all of it. And, Bobby, the people who know you best say they didn't expect anything else from you.
Well, I just pretended that it never happened,
Let's count those words. I pretended that it never happened. 6 words, the greatest cure in history, right? Just pretend it doesn't happen. Before we end this conversation, let's talk about some people in your life who've been instrumental. They have been bedrock to your career, the folks that you would like to recognize tonight.
Yeah, even though I have a pretty strange biological background, I had 2 fantastic adoptive parents, and they were just the greatest parents in the world, because they didn't have to adopt me, but they did. And they were, they were in their late 40s when they adopted me, and it was like being raised by my grandparents, but they let me do just about anything that I wanted, although I wasn't always a summer's breeze, I promise you. And I won't tell you some of the mischief that I got into, but they were great, and they're really the reason why that I'm here today, to be honest with you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our newest Hall of Famer, Barbie Ardoin.
Way to go, Bobby. Bobby's adopted parents did a good job with that one, didn't they? We call him Dome is his nickname. I don't know why. But one time I got married and tried to pretend that did not happen, and it did not work. Works for a heart attack, doesn't work for everything. Hey, I'm just funning with y'all. It's my privilege to work with our next inductee. This is a long time ago, back when we were promising young men. He has covered the SEC, he's covered professional sports, and now it's the most unbelievable thing, although if you knew him, it wouldn't be that surprising. He's got a side gig as an extra in movie and TV shows. He is so proud of that. You're going to see some of it in a minute. He's a son of a media relations giant of his day, and he's perfected all the lessons that his dad taught him. So please, let's meet my friend Ron Mad Dog Higgins.
Most people know the name Ron Higgins, decorated veteran writer, covering the Southeastern Conference for decades. Many of his friends know him better as Mad Dog.
I have no idea how Ron got the nickname Mad Dog, but I've never seen him really mad, but I do know he loves dogs.
He can be the mad dog when the time was right, if the situation justified it. If Ron felt we weren't getting our due or getting the access that media outlets should, he would absolutely unload us.
Higgins is carrying on the sports journalism legacy of his late father, former LSU Sports Information Director Ace Higgins.
The name Ace Higgins was so symbolic in the world of Louisiana sports journalism. The LSWA still has an award named the Ace Higgins Award. But Ron Higgins has really stepped that forward an awful lot and has done some amazing things in his career.
The Baton Rouge native has written for 7 newspapers, 3 online websites, and a magazine in 4 states during a career that now spans 6 decades. He started early. Young Higgins had his first byline in the Baton Rouge Advocate when he was 14. Years later, he was named the National Sports Media Association Writer of the Year in Tennessee and the Louisiana Writer of the Year in 2008. He was inducted into the Tennessee Sports Writers Hall of Fame in 2011.
He's probably one of the best-dressed sports writers in the Southeast. But secondly, his ability to take and look out for colleagues and other people in the media, bar none, is at the very top.
And while Higgins has covered 3 Super Bowls, 18 men's Final Fours, 3 women's Final Fours, 3 Summer Olympics, and more than 70 bowl games, that just barely touches the surface of his career.
He absolutely loves basketball. I think he is best known nationally for his work in football because of what LSU has done. And he's been on top of that beat for a long time.
He has made it a point to kind of mentor younger journalists that have come up. Mad Dog has done that with a couple of generations of younger sports journalists, and that's what kind of makes him great.
Now, in his spare time, he has become a background actor in numerous movies and TV shows shot in South Louisiana. But ladies and gentlemen, this is no act tonight. This is a salute to a well-done and continuing career. Ladies and gentlemen, the second winner of the Distinguished Service Award in Sports Journalism and Louisiana Sports Hall of Famer, Ron Mad Dog Higgins. I want to start tonight with just a little personal note. This is one of the best writers I've ever seen, an incredible person who can spot a story that nobody else spots. It can be an 8-year-old somewhere. It can be a major story. He is irreverent at times, always clever, always uses the language the way it should be used, writes for the masses and yet writes for people who enjoy great writing. Truly a terrific writer, and I've admired your work for many, many years.
I appreciate that a lot. Really.
Hey, listen, you appear to have had all your shots. So why Mad Dog?
Well, actually, when I was like about 10 or 11 years old, I worked for a teenage newspaper in Baton Rouge called What's Happening. And so I was supposed to write a football column regularly. So I called it Around the Gridiron. So I was thinking of like mafia names. And I was like, I like that name, Mad Dog. I think I'll stick with that. And all my friends know me that. In fact, when I was writing for What's Happening, that's a newspaper, I wrote about a guy named J. Super Noodle Darden. And I'm the only guy in America who get a nice email from the Lieutenant Governor signed Super Noodle. It's really cool. But yeah, I gave myself that nickname, and I kind of played basketball that way. So that's how I got it.
Your father, Ace Higgins, so well respected, but died 3 days before Christmas when you were only 12 years old. And you had already had some limited experience in journalism. Did that propel you, or did that make you step back for a while?
No, I kind of dove head first into it. In retrospect, maybe I should have stepped back. But from that point on, I just felt like I really wanted to prove myself. Because I knew since I was 8 I wanted to be a writer. I just loved it, and I just worked really hard at it. I just remember him telling me that be fair with the way you write, be balanced with the way you write. If you write a column with an opinion, really believe in your opinion. Just don't write it to draw readers. Be ethical when you're dealing with people, and I tried to do that. I've always tried to do that. It disappoints me sometimes in journalism today that's not that way, that people write things basically just to get internet hits. And you look at it and you're like, you're so disappointed that this is what your profession has come to, that you just basically like, why is this person writing that? That's not even a story. And I hate that. I mean, and it's kind of, made for some tough relationships with coaches and players, because they don't know me from anybody else, and so they don't have any kind of natural trust or want to open up. And that kind of, I wish the business hadn't gone that direction. It bothers me.
You're looking at someone over the course of his career who has written 25,260 stories. Can you believe that? And the first one at 8 years old. Now, there's a cute story behind this.
Yeah, I would go up to the newspaper, The Advocate, in summers with my dad. He would moonlight up there to help write this high school football section for the preseason section in the summer. So I'd go up there, and that's how I learned how to write sports. I would look over the shoulders of all the writers. I mean, Hall of Fame guys like Bud Montet, Ted Castillo, and I learned how to type that way, 2 fingers and a thumb, and I still type that way. Sorry, Miss Silva, my Baton Rouge High School typing teacher. I just didn't get it. Okay, I tried. And at 8 years old, Bud Montet, the sports editor, says, "Listen, they're bringing some Breck softball scores and like a highlight sheet. Do you think you can write me 8 paragraphs?" I'm like, "Sure." And that's how it started. That's what it went from there, and it never quit, really.
10 times he was Tennessee Sports Writer of the Year. Can you believe that? 10 times. And, of course, has won hundreds of awards, literally. And I want to conclude with this, Ron. The important people who have been a foundation in your life to propel your career and give you encouragement and give you advice and give you opportunity.
Well, I mean, there's no doubt that this is like a team award for me, this Hall of Fame honor. This is my wife, Paige, and my sons, Carl and Jack, have been fantastic. My sons were so excited by this award when I got this. I was almost as excited as when I appeared as an extra in a Stoner movie. Dad, dude, you're in a Stoner movie? Awesome. My wife basically carried the load because I traveled so much, and I probably worked way too hard, was too intense, and I wish I would have had a better balance, family and work. But she was magnificent. She's still magnificent. My sons are just two great young men, and Kylie and Crystal, who they're with, their spouses, or soon-to-be spouse, one of them, they're great people. And, of course, my brother Johnny and his wife Lucy, Johnny, who put up with me for years, he's still mad at me for stealing his blue suede shoes one night, and he beat me up about it. I'm gonna buy him some blue suede shoes to pay him back one day. But I got to say, it's been such an unbelievable ride. I still love doing this. I love the unpredictability of it. I've been around a long time. This is how long I've been around. I'm the only person at Kim Mulkey's press conferences when she starts referencing country or old hit songs from the 60s or 70s. I'm the only person there who knows what she's talking about.
Well, you say that you still enjoy writing, and we still enjoy reading what you write. Ron Higgins, one of the very best of all time. Ron Higgins, a new member of the Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame.
Good job. Ron Higgins, everybody. One of the great shirts and skins players I've ever been associated with. Trust me, Paige did not mind that you had been gone that much, dog. I wish they would have talked about his movie career more. If you have not seen him in 3 on a Waterbed, you got to watch it. Unbelievable. Dog, everybody. Hey, and also up here at this time, Raymond Parks III is giving the awards tonight. Gerald, Senator Gerald Boudreaux, State Senator, if y'all give them a big hand, one of the best friends the Hall of Fame has. That is our peanut butter and jelly duo right there. Thank you, guys. Jay Dardan's here tonight, or Super Noodle, I'm sorry, Mr. Super Noodle. Speaking of Lieutenant Governors, Billy Nungesser could not be here. He is a huge supporter of the Hall of Fame. He did send this greeting.
Hi, I'm Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser, and I wanted to congratulate all the inductees tonight for the great contribution they've made to the great state of Louisiana. I also want to thank the team at the Sports Hall of Fame for the great work in putting on this incredible event, and LPB for broadcasting this event. Best of luck to all the inductees, and thank you for all you've done for Louisiana. God bless.
Our next Hall of Fame class inductee made his career in New Orleans, and his on-field leadership of the Saints brought so much pride to the city and to the state, made a lot of dreams come true, a lot of special moments in the Superdome and around the NFL, but especially in the Crescent City. So let's take a look at the video for our inductee, Drew Brees.
Drew Brees' NFL career was on the rise after a Pro Bowl and Comeback Player of the Year season with San Diego in 2004. All was good, right? The following year, he suffered a serious injury that left him without a team. The QB with questions and issues found a city and a football team with its own questions and issues in the New Orleans Saints.
Back in 2006, I don't know that any one of us knew how significant that first season was going to be and how significant that team was going to be relative to the rebuild. I mean, that first game back in the Superdome, Drew got caught in traffic, so we finally get, I think, an escort that helps him get through the traffic. He gets to the stadium, pulls up into the concrete parking garage, scrapes the top. His truck basically gets wedged in the concrete ceiling. He gets out, leaves the key. I think for anyone that was at that stadium that night, it was really hard to describe.
And like a good gumbo, it blended together into one delicious experience.
You watch him lead by example. You see all the hard work that he puts in and the will to go out there and always compete.
Brees would shatter nearly every NFL passing mark for the Saints.
We got all the things we expected leadership-wise off the field, but then his skill set continued to flourish and get better and get better and get better. The tight ends, the receivers, the running backs, everyone's play was better.
It was a magical time for the Saints and Brees. 3 NFC championship games, and of course their Super Bowl triumph, capping the 2009 season on a night when Brees completed 32 passes with 2 touchdowns and earned MVP honors.
The Saints are going to do it! The miracle in Miami has happened.
You know, when I first met Drew, when he first came here, he was so young. And I grew to meet he and eventually his family. I have a good relationship with all of our players, and Drew and I are very close.
Off the field, Brees' accolades continue as a recipient of the George Halas Award, the Art Rooney Award, the Bart Starr Award, and named Walter Payton Man of the Year.
As I reflect on this adventure we've been on, I am filled with infinite gratitude for the incredible friend you have been. When I say, through adversity, we find our heroes, there is no better example of that than you. You, my friend, are a true champion, not just in the world of sports, but in the hearts of all who have been touched by your kindness and love.
It's all on the resume that will lead him to Canton and a future induction date in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. The state of Louisiana says thank you for bringing success to the Saints at a time when the franchise and the city of New Orleans needed it most.
New Orleans needed Drew, like gumbo needs its roux.
He lived it, on the field. He lived it off the field.
We gotta be special. We gotta spell greatness. And we gotta finish strong.
Did everything at an elite level.
The Saints thought they found the quarterback. They didn't realize they hired Clark Kent.
Ladies and gentlemen, Louisiana Sports Hall of Famer, Drew Brees.
Hey, Drew's unable to be with us tonight, but earlier this week, Drew sat down with 2-time Louisiana Sportscaster of the Year, WAFB TV Sports Director Jacques Doucet. So let's watch what Drew has to say to us tonight.
It's my pleasure now to welcome Louisiana Sports Hall of Famer Drew Brees. And Drew, I know you really wish you could be here tonight, but you can't. But first of all, congratulations on a tremendous award.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we had a family vacation planned for Japan, so we're in Japan for 2 weeks. So I apologize, I could not be there, but tremendous honor. I'm extremely honored. Thank you.
Speaking of your family, we see images and we kind of feel like in a weird way they're going to be that way forever. And one of the images of you is holding up your son, Balin, who is your oldest. Now you have 4 children, 3 boys and a girl. And how is that part of your life right now, spending more time with them and making trips like that?
It's the best. Towards the end of my career with football, one of the great things about it was the fact that my kids were getting to that age where they understood what Dad did, and they could be a part of it. So countless moments throughout the week where I had a chance to bring my boys into the locker room. They had the opportunity to just kind of be a part of my weekly routine, but also kind of be around some of the their idols and the people that they were looking up to and that they were able to watch on Sundays. And they were really into the games too as well. But there was also that draw for me, I think, as they got older to just be at home with them more and to be a part of all the things that they had going on, all of their activities, And so for me, retirement has been coaching my kids in just about every sport you can imagine. My favorite thing in life is to watch them play with whatever they're doing. My daughter loves gymnastics. I love just taking her to gymnastics practice and sitting there and watching. I do miss the structure of football a little bit. Football provided that, like down to the minute, structure and habits, each and every day. So it's a little bit of the Wild West at times with 4 kids around the house, but it's fun.
Drew, you were a Texas kid who then played at Purdue. You came to Louisiana in 2006, and a special relationship and a special bond was formed. Like the Green Bay Packers, the Saints, a pro team, so to speak, with a college atmosphere and a college connection. What was it like playing in the Superdome and playing for the Houdat Nation?
It was unbelievable. Yeah, and it's funny how life works out because I never had any exposure with New Orleans, didn't know much about it. Even when I was coming out of college at Purdue, going into the draft, there was a ton of possibilities as to places that I would end up, and New Orleans wasn't one of those, so it was never really a topic. So to think of the sequence of events that just got me to a place where I was going to have the opportunity to come and play for the New Orleans Saints, and I mean, I could not imagine a better place to play football or a better fan base to be able to play in front of. To your point, it is kind of like that college atmosphere of the fans are just so invested and they love the team so much. And it is just such a part of the fabric of the community. And you feel that very quickly. And I've always felt like our connection between our team and the Who Dat Nation is really the example for professional sports across the world, as to how a team can be integrated in the community in such a special way.
Couple of teams I'd like to talk to you about, Drew, that you played on. Let's start right with 2006, and I don't know if I've ever had as much fun, even with the Super Bowl team in 2009, covering a team. Everything was fresh and new. This wide receiver wearing number 12 named Marcus Colston. Who's this guy? And all of a sudden he's a star player. Reggie Bush and Sean Payton and all this freshness and all those big wins. What was that first year like?
2006 was was such a unique year because here we all were coming in to think about how we pieced together that roster through trades, through acquisitions, through this and that. It was like all of a sudden you just brought together kind of this motley crew. In fact, one of our coaches, Joe Vitt, coined that group the Junction Boys, right? If you remember the Bear Bryant, Texas A&M movie, where he just kind of destroys this team, in order to build them back up. And I mean, that's kind of the way that guys felt, right? We hadn't won a Super Bowl yet, right? We hadn't made it to the promised land, so to speak. We had gotten close in 06. 07 and 08 were somewhat disappointing, but I think honestly it was just a bit of a reality check. Like, we weren't as good as we thought we were. 06, we were willed to get to that NFC Championship game by our community. 07, 08 was reality check. Okay, we're not as good as we think we are. We need to improve. We need to go make some acquisitions to kind of fill some voids. Going into the 09 season, we knew we were going to win the Super Bowl. And sure enough, we did. Started off the year 13-0. It was an incredible run. The 2011 team, when I look at just the roster man for man, and I look at the numbers that we were putting up, it's unprecedented. It's unprecedented. I think definitely the most maybe talented from top to bottom, and like I thought we were equipped to ready to go win that thing too. And unfortunately we fell short in the divisional round in San Francisco, which I don't know if you remember that game. It was one of the craziest games in playoff history. Certainly a game I think we should have won, and that was a Super Bowl caliber team, no question.
Well, Drew, congratulations on a fantastic career. Congratulations for being a Louisiana Sports Hall of Famer. Hopefully I can speak for everyone in Louisiana who said when we went to the Superdome, 80-90% of the time we left happy. And a big reason for that was number 9. So thanks for all the great memories.
Greatest fans in the world. Who Dat Nation. Love you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Drew. Louisiana Sports Hall of Famer, Drew Brees.
Congratulations to Drew and Saints fans. I guess we have some Saints fans here tonight. We'll pass that along. I tell you what, the Saints are lucky to have y'all. Y'all are crazy. Boy, it's fun to get in the Superdome. And Louisiana's lucky to have our next inductee. He is the recipient of the Dave Dixon Sports Leadership Award. I hope that you'll take your souvenir program home with you. A lot of good stories in there. Read about Dave Dixon. Unbelievable. Speaking of, the Superdome had a lot to do with it being down there. Our next inductee, when it comes to leadership and being a recipient of this Sports Leadership Award, all you got to do is look at Tom Burnett's career and see what he did on the conference level and then what he did on so many of the NCAA's most important committees. Please watch and meet the Dave Dixon Louisiana Sports Leadership Award recipient, Tom Burnett.
Tom Burnett, a longtime Southland Conference commissioner, is this year's very worthy 23rd recipient
of the Dave Dixon Louisiana Sports Leadership Award. The award is presented to an individual who has played a decisive role as a sports leader or administrator, benefiting Louisiana and or bringing credit to Louisiana on the national and international level. Burnett majored in journalism at Louisiana Tech. Soon after his graduation, he took a communications position with the American South Conference, headquartered in New Orleans.
Before the American South merged with the Sun Belt, that you knew being around Tom that he was destined to make great strides and have great success professionally.
Tom was at the Sun Belt was when television on the level of conference that the Sun Belt was at, the South was at, was kind of in its infancy. And he sort of brought that in and made television a part of what we do.
In late 2002, Burnett was selected to become the 7th commissioner of the Southland Conference. He moved its headquarters to sports-centric Frisco, Texas, starting the league's first comprehensive corporate sponsorship program and negotiated a 2020 ESPN deal, the league's first multi-million-dollar broadcast contract.
You know, Tom was ahead of his time when you're talking about TV contracts and starting regional, right? And some of those, regional partnerships that really brought the Southland brand to the market.
Kind of took the Southern Conference to a different level. You know, when I first got in here and seeing what Tom has done with this conference, it's remarkable the job he did with it. You know, and then there was a time where all the conferences in the country were kind of splitting up and breaking up. Tom deserves 100% of the credit for keeping this conference not just intact, but strengthening it.
He led the community effort that attracted the NCAA's Division I FCS championship game to Frisco and served on 10 NCAA committees, councils, and task forces, highlighted by a 5-year term on the Division I Men's Basketball Committee, culminating by serving as its chairman in 2022.
I think the most vivid thing I remember about Tom and the health and well-being of our student athletes was watching his leadership during 2020, during COVID. And Tom, always with the student athletes' health and well-being, whether it was testing, how are we going to have championship sporting events?
America should be thankful because at one point in time we weren't sure if March Madness would ever return the way it was, but because of Tom and the things that he was able to think up and persuade that group to do what was right by the student athlete.
After leaving the conference office, Burnett started a sports consulting firm and event firm, Southwest Sports Partners, and Lone Star Name, Image, and Likeness.
What I think sets Tom apart from a lot of others was his genuine concern for the student athlete. First and foremost, student athletes' welfare was the most important thing for Tom Burnett.
But Tom did a great job of making every student athlete's experience first class. You know, he made everybody feel like they were the most important person in the world. And that says a heck of a lot about a leader.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome this year's winner of the Dave Dixon Louisiana Sports Leadership Award and Louisiana Sports Hall of Famer, Tom Burnett.
If I could start on behalf of Drew Brees, it's a pleasure to be here tonight. So let's lighten it up a little bit. Our Japan vacation's next week. We worked around this.
Hey, listen, we can just let him do a one-man act. It'll be good.
You probably cut that out for broadcast later, I'm sure. I don't want Drew to see that. So.
This man had his sports roots at Louisiana Tech, but I think it would be fair to say there was a bit of meandering before you set your course.
Lynn, that's the kindest word I've ever heard about my student experience at Louisiana Tech. Meandering's very nice. Thank you. I was aimless. I think the 100% you could count on. I never missed the games with Kim and the Texters.
Carl Malone and the Bulldogs and a great run, all the football games, you could count on me 100%. Walking across campus to Keeney Hall or the CAB, a little iffy sometimes. But it was that opportunity, really, when I walked into Keith Prince's sports information office in the summer of '85, where not only the light bulb went off for me, it exploded. And within about 10 minutes, I knew this is what I wanted to do. And I had found, whatever the calling was. Again, I was 10 minutes into it. And about 30 minutes later, I just wanted to be Keith Prince when I grew up. And Keith, of course, is here tonight, and a Hall of Famer as well, and beloved by so many of us.
We fast forward a few years from that genesis, and now we get to you at age 38 and becoming the commissioner of the Southland Conference at a very young age. Innovation is the word that comes to my mind when I think of your leadership at the Southland Conference.
Well, thank you, Lynn. I think the credit of that really goes to our school president. You saw Dr. Maggio there. He was a great leader in this conference. And yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chris. And we were so fortunate and blessed, and the Southland today is still led by a wonderful group of administrators. And they kind of gave me a carte blanche or a blank canvas to really work on some things. We didn't have television. We didn't have a single site basketball tournament. We were struggling academically, and we had the best turnaround in the APR that the coaches in the room and administrators know what I'm talking about, the NCAA academic standards. And that was really on the schools. But I really felt proud. We finally convinced the presidents how important this was, and really turned around and put the Southland in a great academic shape. And, we don't talk about that. That's not the sizzle. You mentioned, the video mentioned television, and where we went from maybe 5 games a year on broadcast to that big contract we signed before I left the conference. So innovations in officiating, other things like that, corporate sponsorships. It was the presidents and the athletic directors, and a few of them are here tonight, that allowed us to do that.
I want to fast forward a couple of more years, because now we come to Tom's joining national activities in the NCAA basketball tournament. He was the first FCS commissioner, the first to be named chairman of the NCAA Division I Men's Basketball Committee. That's the group that puts the whole thing together, from selection to scheduling and everything else. It's a remarkable milestone in someone's career. And 2 of the 5 years that you served on that committee were especially meaningful and especially challenging, were they not?
Yeah, because right in the middle of my service, it was the COVID year, and the selection committee was gathered in New York City, going through our weekly process. And, not only did we shut that down, we also had our Southland Conference tournament going on in Katy, Texas. And all of us on the committee knew what was coming, and we realized everything was going to shut down on, I think it was March 12th of 2020. And I had to find a quiet place to talk to my guys back at Katy, John Williams, then our deputy commissioner. And the only place I could find that was quiet, we worked in a big, large suite. I had to go into the bathroom of the suite and close the door and talk. And we had a women's game tipping off, and we had to cancel the women's game as they were approaching the jump circle to start the game. And I could hear them screaming and crying in the background, and I was the worst person in the world. But then you realize this affected all of us in society. So shutting down the tournament in 2020 not only was horrible for all of our student athletes, but it really became existential for the NCAA as a whole. And then you fast forward to 2021, we weren't sure we were doing anything. And had we not done it, we'd have been in real trouble financially, especially in the Southland Conference, where all of our revenue comes from that NCAA tournament. We were able to play the controlled environment in Indianapolis. We figured it out. The women's tournament, of course, was in San Antonio. We made it happen, and CBS and Turner paid the NCAA 2 weeks later, and we all, hopefully got back to a little bit of normalcy, which then, of course, led to the chair year of 2022, a real full circle moment for me to bring the tournament back on the road to the traditional sites, and then to play the Final Four in New Orleans in the Superdome. Full circle, because I had started at the 1990 Southeast Regional in the Superdome as well. So just a wonderful opportunity for me. At midnight that night, I was no longer commissioner. I turned it over to Chris, and what a great pleasure. I think it's represented here in the portrait that the last thing I could do as commissioner was hand out the national championship trophy.
I've heard you speak especially fondly and reverently about 3 people in your career who have been very meaningful to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Before I do that, though, I certainly want to acknowledge my wife, Tracy. You know, Chris Grant had said Southland Conference Commissioner. Tracy's still the Southland Conference Commissioner. She always was and still will be. So I tell Chris, watch out. And then our 2 children, grown now, college graduates, our son Cole and our daughter Jessie. So proud of them, really heroes for me. And again, I want to thank all my family that's come in. I've got some aunts from spread across Texas. Tracy has some family from Louisiana here. Tracy's from Baton Rouge. Our kids were born at Women's Hospital in Baton Rouge, and just so proud to have called this home. Again, the Southland Conference friends here, thank you so much. I really want to acknowledge our former Commissioner, Don Landry, who came across the stage earlier. Just a great mentor of mine, really modernized the Southland Conference back in the 80s. He didn't get enough credit for that, but I want to thank him. One more thank you. My shout out to my buddies from West Monroe, my partners. We all went to West Monroe High together. Some of you may know it as the University of West Monroe now. But we all kind of picked up and moved over to Ruston in 82, 83 to go to school at Tech, and made our world headquarters at 507 North Homer Street. And there should be a plaque there, but there's probably not. But the 3 people, I'm sorry, Lynn, I'm extending here. I apologize. You know, I mentioned Keith Prince. Without Keith Prince, none of this happens. And there's a few of us in the room who have had similar experiences. Keith, more than anything, taught me how to treat people, how to act around people, to be nice, to be cordial, to work through problems. Thought about Keith every day of my career, and I know Teddy shares that, Butch Muir, there's a few of us that have had that experience, and of course the wonderful Miss Kay at his side. You know, without any of that, the one thing Keith could not do, he could not find any more money for me to stay at Louisiana Tech, which connects me to the second person, which is Craig Thompson, the recently retired commissioner of the Mountain West. Craig's here tonight. And people forget he was the founding commissioner of the American South, had about an 11-year career in New Orleans. We merged into the Sun Belt. He introduced me to the New Orleans community, the wonderful sports community, many of you here, NCAA activity, and really kind of broadened my horizons. And then the third person was Craig's successor, Wright Waters, who came in, and if you could polish this, Wright was able to kind of polish this rock and put me in a position in the football world. As we started football, we started the New Orleans Bowl, and allowed me to get in a position where I could go and present myself to the Southland Conference commissioners and, you know, get that job. So those are the 3 important people.
Well, when you left the Southland Conference, you did not retire. No. You have moved into another realm that you've attacked full force. Tom Burnett today.
Yeah, thanks. We as mentioned, we have a sports consulting business based out of Frisco, Texas, where we live, and do a lot of college projects. It's kind of my wheelhouse. And then we've got into a bit of a boutique name, image, and likeness opportunity for Texas kids that go to Texas schools. So we're still very active, but not so much in the NCAA world right now.
Tom Burnett, Dave Dixon Award winner. Congratulations.
Thank you, Lynn. Thank you.
I was a graduate assistant at Tech when Tom was a student assistant, and Mr. Prince, who he mentioned, named his first and second ulcers after me and Tom, which I thought was very sweet. Tokyo Tom, everybody. He has actually turned out to be a mature person, unlike some people under the Keith Prince influence. But he has handled all his business with integrity and a lot of charm, and of course humor. Hey, Super Noodle's here, but he's not the only stud in the room. Also, Senator Alan Seibille. If y'all will give Senator Seibille a hand, he made the resolutions for each of our class of 2024 to take home with him, and we thank him for that and thank the state legislature for that. Let's change the subject to wrestling, not wrestling, but wrestling and mixed martial arts. I know it's better known as MMA. Got some MMA fans out there. This Hall of Famer excelled in wrestling on the high school level in Louisiana, and then from there his career really took off. He became one of the brightest lights in his UFC championship days. He's bona fide. Ladies and gentlemen, the champion, Daniel Cormier.
The difference between good and great in sports is sometimes a blurred line. But for Lafayette native Daniel Cormier, the word is revered. Cormier is one of the most heralded wrestlers and mixed martial artists ever.
I just thought to myself, oh my God, this guy is just so much better than anybody else here. This guy has a future in this sport.
Daniel Cormier's posting of astonishing win totals in wrestling began at Lafayette's Northside High School, where he won 101 out of 110 matches and 3 state titles.
A lot of high school kids are on the shy side. They don't like to answer questions. Daniel Cormier was not like that.
One heck of a football player, but one way better wrestler. Daniel had the option to go to LSU, a football scholarship, or wrestling college. And it turned for him to go wrestling college because he wanted to pursue an Olympic dream.
He won a bronze medal in the World Championships in Greco-Roman Cadet Division. In junior college, he was 61-0, and then won 53 times in Division I, earning All-America honors at Oklahoma State. He was a 6-time gold medalist in freestyle wrestling at the USA Championships, along with 3 Pan America gold medals, and a member of the U.S. Olympic wrestling team in 2004 and 2008. When Cormier transitioned to mixed martial arts, more magic quickly occurred. He starred in Strikeforce, winning his first 11 bouts and winning the heavyweight Grand Prix before joining the UFC. He became just the second UFC fighter to hold 2 divisional titles simultaneously, and the first fighter to successfully have title defenses in 2 divisions.
Still the undisputed UFC heavyweight champion of the world.
It is an honor to call DC Cormier my friend. I have had years of working with him. He always comes in with a smile on his face and leaves everyone with a positive attitude. A role model personified.
Bring that belt with you if you come to my house.
Daniel continues to have a big presence in the sport as an ESPN commentator for the UFC and also as a mentor for youth in the sport of wrestling, founding the Daniel Cormier Wrestling Academy in California.
There's some people move away and kind of forget where they came from. I mean, Daniel's not like that. He remembers his relationships and those who helped him to get to where he is. Still regularly communicates with some of his friends and especially his former coaches in Louisiana.
Now he steps into our Hall of Fame ring, and it's only appropriate that legendary UFC ring announcer Bruce Buffer bring Daniel Cormier on stage.
Big cheers and congratulations to DC Cormier. It's time to enter the Hall of Fame.
Well, if you're watching TV earlier today, you might have seen Cormier doing the UFC match from Saudi Arabia. So we got a couple of Hall of Famers in an entirely different hemisphere than we're in. But by the luck of video, we have Jock, who was able to visit with him earlier this week about his Hall of Fame selection.
It's my pleasure now to welcome Louisiana Sports Hall of Famer for the class of 2024, Daniel Cormier. And Daniel, congratulations on the great honor. I know you wish you could be here, but far, far away.
Yeah, it's nuts. I'm in Saudi Arabia for the UFC on ABC. I wish I could be here. It is one of the greatest honors of my life, and I am so blessed to be joining the Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame, especially with this fantastic class.
Daniel, the Lafayette area, right? Horse jockeys and fighters, right? I mean, they have produced so many in both of those categories. A special place, and for you at Northside High School, the Vikings, the Northgate Mall. I grew up in Lafayette, right? Tell me about your time at Northside, getting things started.
You know, honestly, it was great for me. It's a school that was perfect for what I was trying to do. You know, a lot of times it's you look at certain schools and you don't know what comes out of that. But Northside did a great job of forming me, not only athletically, but in everything else that I did, from helping me with my academics, which I struggled with initially, to teaching me how to be a better person. You know, I had great coaches there in wrestling and football. Coach Vic Nair, who passed recently, was my football coach. Coach Tank was my wrestling coach, who made probably one of the biggest impacts in my entire life. And it was right across the street from my house. Northside High School is the perfect high school for me, and I still love that I can always say that I was a Viking, even to this day. But yeah, that old Northgate Mall used to be something special, wasn't it?
Absolutely. I remember going by on cassette tapes and going to the movies, right? They had a movie theater.
Aladdin's Castle.
Yeah, great memories growing up in Lafayette. You go out of state, right? Which, I don't know, that might have been challenging for a kid from Lafayette to move far away from home as you did your collegiate wrestling career. And also you had a special connection with a guy named Kevin Jackson, who was a LSU All-American wrestler as well.
Yeah, you know, Coach Jackson was my Olympic coach. He was a guy that when I started to wrestle post-college, he just had the right style for me. He was a 3-time world Olympic champion. He was so smart. He had such a great style of wrestling, and it fit me that the moment I started to work with Coach Jackson, my career really skyrocketed. I went from being a really good wrestler to being the best wrestler in the United States and one of the best wrestlers in the world. You know, even today, Kevin Jackson is one of my mentors. He's one of the guys that I love being around, and he's one of the guys that I always reach out to when I have an opportunity to bring in coaches to teach all the young athletes that I coach today, because he was that important to me.
You reminded me off air that MMA, UFC goes back a lot farther than a lot of people perhaps recognize. But people will probably reflect on you for decades to come as being part of the surge in the popularity and
yes,
into people's homes. Just tell me, what's it like to become a star? And how do you balance, you know, the hunger of, hey, I got to stay on my game or someone's going to kick my butt, with also, hey, man, this is pretty cool.
You know, when you are fighting in the UFC, especially as a wrestler, you know, you go from wrestling a tournament against the best guys in the world and making $3,000 to $5,000 to the UFC, where you're making boatloads of money. You got to manage it, your expectation for that, and people recognizing you. We as wrestlers don't get that. So between 2016 and 20, the UFC experienced a boom. 2011, after The Ultimate Fighter, was when it became national news for the world. One of the most popular sports in the world now. And the UFC is at the forefront of that. When you get to that point, it's amazing, because then you can see the benefits of all the hard work. It's something that takes so much effort to try to get good at. But Marvin Hagler once said, it's hard to be the man when you sleep on silk sheets. But when you become the man and you're sleeping on silk sheets, you don't want to go back. And that is where the motivation comes from. It's a tough world to navigate. But once you get it figured out, it is amazing, man. I would not change anything.
You've now transitioned into being an outstanding broadcaster. I think the two of us are about the same age. We grew up on Mike Tyson pay-per-views and Oscar de la Hoya and stuff like that. UFC has now moved into that kind of special, hey, get the friends together. We're going to watch a UFC event tonight. Maybe people who didn't like it before are now drawn in because of these pay-per-views. What's it like to be a part of that?
It's the best. You know, I have two of the best broadcast partners in the world, in John Anik and Joe Rogan, and we sit there for some of the biggest events in the world. I have experienced a number of things. I have seen Super Bowls. I've seen NBA Finals. I've been in the building for Olympic medal matches and track and field. A UFC title fight, sitting next to the octagon, stand alongside any of it. The energy in the arena, the crowd, the people. Hey, from the very start of time, people love watching a fight. That's why they had coliseums. The UFC today has built a modern coliseum. It's the most amazing job. I didn't know that this was my future, but I'm glad now that when they offered me an opportunity, I mean, people put me on TV on Fox Sports when I had no experience. One time, I actually spoke back to the talkback whenever they were talking to me on air, and they didn't fire me. They took a chance and they gave me a chance, and now it's worked out, and I am so thankful for it.
Daniel, congratulations on an amazing career, and congratulations on your honor this year.
Thank you so much for having me. Before I go, hey, I just want to thank all the people that played a part in my career getting me here. Thank you to my late parents, Audrey, Cormier, Percy, Benoit. They sacrificed so much for me. To my family in attendance, I love each and every one of you. To my kids, Daniel, Marquita, and Luna, I know you guys are proud of Dad. This is as big an honor as I've had in my entire life. The Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame. Hey, I'm just a kid from the north side of Lafayette, Louisiana. This means as much to me as any Olympic team and any UFC championship. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate each and every one of you. Boy, it's good to be a kid from Louisiana. I love you guys so much.
Beautifully said. Thank you so much. Daniel Cormier into the Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame for the class of 2024.
All right, that should make you a fan. That's a pretty charismatic dude, isn't it? You heard him talking about Kevin Jackson. He's our next inductee. He had to make a huge change in his wrestling career when the school quit wrestling. That did not stop him. Here's a look. Be inspired by Kevin Jackpot Jackson.
Before athletic decision makers ended the LSU wrestling program in the mid-1980s, Kevin Jackson could be called the greatest star in that program's history. What he did after the program ended just brightened the star power even more.
We met at LSU when you wrestled here, and LSU dropped the program. You went on to Iowa, but then you went on to be a world and Olympic champion.
The two-time state high school champion in Lansing, Michigan, was a three-time All-America at LSU, finishing third in the 158-pound class in 1983 and 1984.
Well, we were really fortunate at Iowa State to have Kevin transfer into our program after he had already accomplished have been an All-American 3 times at LSU. We had an interesting group of people. We had young, tough guys, and we had maybe a group of guys that had underachieved to that point that were older. And I think Kevin kind of bridged the gap between those two groups of people, and they both had success.
Where in 1987, he captained the national championship team and was runner-up in the 167-pound class.
He was patient with his Olympic dream and really tried to pursue that as much as possible.
Jackson would go on to win the gold medal in the 181-pound class in the Barcelona Olympics in 1992. And won gold in both the 1991 and 1995 Pan Am Games and World Championships, giving him 5 major wins in a 5-year period. He is one of only 5 freestyle wrestlers to claim 3 career world-level titles.
After his last year of eligibility, he was in the room and with us, and part of our staff, and again, that charisma that Kevin had, you get to understand yourself a little bit more as a competitor when you get a chance to coach.
He joined USA Wrestling in 2001 and was the freestyle coach for the United States at the 2004 and 2008 Olympic Games. He also served as USA Wrestling's National Freestyle Development Coach and presently is an assistant coach at the University of Michigan.
Push back in and let it go. You gotta let it go, exactly. You gotta let it go, man.
He was a guy that I was really targeting because of everything he brings to the table. Is a former athlete, his coaching, and just the kind of person he is. And you know, he's a lot of fun. Anybody that knows him knows how fun KJ is, knows how enthusiastic he is, and what a spirited person he is.
He has already earned his spot in the International and U.S. Wrestling Halls of Fame. And now, Louisiana honors a career in a college sport often forgotten in this state. The referee counted the pin and lifted his hand, signaling the newest member of the Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame, Kevin Jackson.
Congratulations, sir.
Hey, I can't believe it. I really can't believe you guys are letting wrestlers in this Hall of Fame. I really can't. Coach Kim, are you in this hall? I'm in the hall before Coach Kim.
She's in. Coach Kim got in.
Well, you better be.
29 years old.
I'm just amazed that I'm coming into the Hall of Fame. And Tom, I think your relationship with Drew Brees is going to change after this video airs. I think Daniel Cormier and Drew Brees missed out. This has been a fabulous weekend, and I'm so happy to be here.
They did, and I'm going to ask you about Cormier in just a second. But since you mentioned Kim, I noticed that because we had a chance to interview on the purple carpet. I had a chance to see Coach Mulkey. You were really taking it in, kind of meeting not only and getting to know your current classmates, but former inductees as well. How has that been this weekend?
Well, when you see Coach on TV, and now she's at LSU, and me being an alumni from LSU, obviously there's a connection there, and so it feels like they're already family. And so just having the opportunity to see your other 2024 inductees, talk to them, and then see the other ones that have come back. Burt Jones, the guy I watched when I was probably about the same age as he is, but watched him when I was in school, and seeing his accomplishments, and just to be here to see what he's done and see all the other athletes and performers and sportsmen and everybody that's involved. It's been a great experience.
So last I checked, there's not really a direct flight from Lansing, Michigan to Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
No.
You're winning state titles up there in high school. You have to bypass all those Big Ten schools and all these schools with history of wrestling. So why LSU? What got you to come down to the south of Baton Rouge?
Well, Larry Shacatano was a great coach. He was a great recruiter. He recruited me very, very hard. I came down and had my recruiting visit, had a wonderful visit, enjoyed the food, the weather. I had 3 teammates, former teammates from Michigan's national team that were already on the squad, and so it made it an easy decision, and I don't regret a bit of it.
I know so many people, younger generation, don't even know that LSU had, a wrestling program, and certainly a lot of success you had there. Do you still keep in touch with teammates and people that you were with from Baton Rouge?
I do. There was an article put out just recently. Lex Roy, one of my best friends, really good teammate of mine, hosted me on my recruiting visit. I keep in touch with him as well as quite a few other teammates as well.
Was it always wrestling for you?
Well, my passion was football. Football was my passion. I thought I'd be in the pros playing football. I played all through high school, but I got more offers in wrestling and more opportunities to wrestle. So I chose wrestling, and I think I made the right decision.
So many players and coaches will talk about what they've learned coaching. We'll talk to Coach Frank Monica later. We'll talk about his pregame speeches from a coach's point of view. But from a wrestler, what is it you learn from the sport besides, the positioning and how to pin and how to get the better of your opponent, if you will? What other lessons did you learn from that sport?
Well, in team sports, you always win or lose with your team. It has to be a great team for you to perform at the highest level. And when we would lose as a team in football or basketball, I'd look at the guy and, well, that guy's doing an interception, that guy fumbled, that guy. So you're always looking for somebody to blame. So when in wrestling, it's just like life. You make your decisions at the time they need to be made. You win or lose on your own with the decision that you make. And so those are the things that help me persevere through life, is just my wrestling challenges and going through that as a sport. And obviously it's allowed me to grow as a human as well.
One of the unique aspects of this year's class, is yourself, Simone Augustus, who we'll hear from later, both representing LSU, both winning Olympic gold medals.
Yes.
You represented your hometown, your family, you represented LSU. About that journey, other than maybe when they put the gold medal around your neck, was there something else that stood out to you from your Olympic moment, or maybe the journey to get to the point where you were crowned as a gold medalist?
Well, I had an Olympic moment at the Olympic Games. I think when you go into the Olympic Games, you can't look at it as the biggest spectacle of sports in the world. You have to put it on the pedestal that's meant to be achieved. And so I went in there with the mindset that I'm wrestling against competitors that I competed against in the past. That it's a tournament that's meant for me to win. But I tell you, when I did get that special feeling, it was after I won the Olympic gold medal, and that evening was closing ceremonies. And I'm not sure if you know, but at closing ceremonies, there's still events going on. And then even after closing ceremonies, the day after, there's events going on. So when we enter the Olympic Stadium, it's different from opening ceremonies. Opening ceremonies, you're on the stadium floor dressed in coat and ties. Closing ceremonies, you're in the stands with other Olympians, with other athletes, and you're kind of looking at what's going on the field of play in the stadium. And what I noticed sitting there is women warming up on the track, and I seen a man high jump over a high bar, and I seen a javelin come flying through the air, and I'm like, man, this is it. This is the Olympic Games, the great games that Jesse Owens, Jim Thorpe, Muhammad Ali, Mary Lou Retton had competed in, and Kevin Jackson, are now a part of history. And it was an overwhelming sense of achievement. It was the greatest sense of achievement I ever experienced. But I tell you what, I'm having that same feeling right now.
That's great to hear. That's great to know how much this means to you and your family. And you mentioned Cormier, and of course we just saw it in the video. Before I ask you about Cormier, in the video that we saw of you, it was about 4 or 5 second clip that I think I saw you in the octagon. Did you decide to go MMA, and why did you not maybe pursue that further?
Professional wrestling, the WWE, I wasn't really into that. But in 1996, I was ranked #1 in the world. But I got beat off the team, didn't make the Olympic team, so I had to make that money up somehow. And so I got into the MMA, got into the UFC for a little bit, and it was a short stint before I got my job at USA Wrestling. But obviously, I've had some experience there, and I've talked to Daniel about that, and it's kind of crazy how our paths kind of passed in wrestling and in fighting world.
Was it USA Wrestling that asked you to not continue in the MMA?
Fighting, even when you watch it right now on the screen, it kind of is a little violent, right? It's not the most popular sport amongst everyone. Right. So yeah, they did ask me not to do it.
Well, let me ask you your chance to respond to what you heard from Daniel on the video about you being his mentor, him calling you for advice, having dipped your toe in the MMA world, but now doing what you're doing still at the collegiate level. But you see somebody like him and the success that he had and the unique relationship that y'all are both going into the hall together.
Well, I love Daniel, and you guys felt the energy and his passion just by watching him on the screen. He's an outstanding young man, and just having the opportunity to work with him and to be around him has been outstanding to me. Daniel lost a daughter when he was going through the process of trying to make Olympic teams, and so we've bonded in several different ways. And one of the reasons that was most exciting for me to come here and be a part of the Hall of Fame weekend is to go in with Daniel and to experience this whole thing with him. And unfortunately, he had to go overseas. But just being here and seeing Daniel on screen and meeting all the other inductees and everyone else that's involved in this Hall of Fame, it's been a special weekend, and I can't say enough about it.
And I had a chance to meet you girls when we were on the purple carpet. I know it must be special celebrating this weekend with them.
Oh, it's been awesome. I'm not sure how many of you guys seen my daughters and my wife on stage yesterday with the tambourine doing their thing, and it's been great. So my wife is here, Robin, and if it wasn't for my wife, my children would have been running the streets barefoot and naked. So my wife has done an outstanding job. I'm raising my kids, raising my 5 children. I have my 2 lovely daughters here, Trinity and Bailey. Bailey is my oldest. Trinity is carrying on the coaching legacy. She has actually been hired at the University of New Orleans for volleyball, beach volleyball, so she'll be there coaching this next year. I also have my immediate wrestling family, Larry Shacatano's family, Kathy, his wife, Chris, his daughter, Keegan, her husband, and I also have David Harris. David Harris is now the AD at Tulane, and David was my immediate supervisor when I was a head coach at Iowa State, and so love all around the room.
I'm glad you all are there. Good luck coaching when you're down in New Orleans. Look, we wish you the best of luck with amazing gold up in Michigan, but tonight we still celebrate what you did in the purple and gold. Congratulations and welcome to the Hall of Fame.
Thank you so much.
Kevin Jackson, ladies and gentlemen.
Stud alert. Jackpot Jacks, we got a lot of nicknames in the Hall of Fame. Chick and Tank, Skeets, I just wrote some of them down. Slick, Big Fuzzy, Gator, Great Dane, Big Hands, Red, Hoss, Slats, Pistol, Mailman, Snake, and now we got a jackpot. By the way, Kevin will be preaching at First Baptist tomorrow at 10:45. It's kind of bittersweet. I just remember when me and him and Cormier used to work out together all the time, and I'm kind of emotional just thinking about it. Tom? Hey, well, since we were here last July, we lost, unfortunately, a couple of our Louisiana Sports Hall of Famers. So please let's take a moment. We'll remember them now. Mackie Freeze, one of the great names of all time and great guys. And Leo Sanford, Mr. Leo was in his mid-90s when he passed away here a few months ago. What a wonderful gentleman. He had a fabulous NFL career. He was a regular attendee at these ceremonies. He and his wife of 1,000 years never missed. He came just to welcome new members since he was inducted in 1990. And coincidentally enough, one of his fellow Louisiana Tech alumna was also a member of that 1990 class. At the time, she was the youngest inductee ever in the Hall, and she is back with us tonight. So please welcome All-American from Louisiana Tech and national champion head coach of your LSU Tigers, Kim Mulkey's here. And there's Kim. Kim, we wanted to see your shoes, too. I hope y'all saw them when they were up here. Me and Kim, not many people know this, we're the same size. And I went with some sensible pumps tonight. But she's beautiful. They tell me she's going to keep trying to do this basketball thing, and I think it's going to work out for her. I hate for it to waste a minute of y'all's time, but by law, you have to look at this next video. It is going to be of some celebrities and who took part in the annual bowling event yesterday in Alexandria. Nobody, fortunately, was injured in the making of this short video.
Hello, everyone, to the SSBOM Celebrity Bowling Bash. I am your Admiral Ronnie Rance here with you in Alexandria, Louisiana, where we're in the middle of the Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame induction weekend, having a great time. Over 150 bowlers inside the Four Seasons Bowling Center. Let's go take a look at all the action.
It's all in the flick of the wrist. You know, it's not going this way, it's going this way. And it's the way you grab the ball, it's the way you position your hand on the ball, so it kind of works both ways. But I'm struggling a little bit right now, but I'll find my rhythm, I'll find my groove.
I have a tendency the gutter is too big for me, you know what I mean? I want a bigger ball or bigger pins, one of the two, you know. But, you know, it's exactly not my sport, because I don't know what it is. I'm still trying to figure that out.
There's a lot of, when I was in Memphis, I covered a lot of bowling. It was a bowling capital of the Mid-South. So I have covered bowling. I'm lousy at it. I've spent my life in the gutter, literally. But I have covered bowling.
All right, guys, this is for my grandpa.
every year we love looking forward to this event. The themes are always so much fun. We got Admiral Ronnie and BOM Bank on board.
We do not have any Keglers in the Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame yet, and now you know why. We're gonna. By the way, Victor, can y'all get Victor and Lynn Rollins have been up here interviewing everybody. Would y'all give them a big hand? Thank them. We saw Lynn a minute ago, the Hall of Famer, bowling, and I've done a lot of these with him. He's kind of like my dad, except I've never let him bathe me, although he's asked me a lot. Very uncomfortable. I'm not going to let you do that, Lynn. Love you. Draw the line. Our next, so stupid. Our next Hall of Famer is actually a mature person and faced the challenge of rebuilding a whole basketball program at a major university. It had been shut down by the school. He not only restarted it, but he directed them to multiple appearances in the NCAA tournament. Let's meet our friend, Perry Clark.
There are challenges to most jobs, but when your program has been on a self-imposed shutdown, it's a different kind of challenge.
Brand new program, starting from scratch after the point shaving scandal. Didn't have a large arena.
They went to have tryouts. They had to go borrow basketballs from the rec center to be able to have tryouts that day.
But this was the late 80s, and Perry Clark was the first African-American head coach at Tulane University.
Perry was being asked to start or to restart a Division I men's basketball program. There was no blueprint that he could follow.
In the 1990s, with no transfer portal, no NIL, no one and done, no unionization of players, having to recruit to a school with higher academic standards, Perry Clark resurrected a program here at Tulane.
For this basketball lifer from Washington, D.C., his arrival in the Crescent City brought a run of great success for the Green Wave, including 3 NCAA tournament appearances in a 4-year span, the only 3 NCAA trips in the program's history.
The Posse of Tulane win their first ever NCAA game.
The biggest story in college basketball that year was Duke going for back-to-back national titles. The second biggest story was Tulane basketball.
We knew we were going to have an opportunity to be good, and we just kind of grew into, one of the top college basketball teams in the nation at that time.
Clark had a group of young backup players that deserved to play, and the coach would insert all 5 of them at the first media timeout. This became affectionately known at Tulane as the Posse.
You talked about Tulane men's basketball. It was like, oh yeah, they've got the Posse. That was the identifiable trait as this program skyrocketed in that early 1990s.
In 11 seasons at Tulane, Clark won 185 games with 6 20-win seasons, 7 postseason appearances, and the only conference title in program history.
He quickly became the hottest ticket in town.
Not just the best 4 years of my life, but also all the lasting relationships that, we were able to cultivate, and Coach Clark was the person who put all those things together.
How about that response right there? Says it all about college basketball.
Head coaching stops would follow at Miami and Texas A&M Corpus Christi, finishing with 304 career victories. He concluded his coaching career at South Carolina, where as an assistant, he was a part of their 2017 Final Four team. After retiring in 2020, he continues to be a part of the sport as an ESPN basketball analyst. Clark was inducted into the State Basketball Coaches Hall of Fame in 2008, the Tulane Hall of Fame in 2009, and in 2020, the Greater New Orleans Sports Hall.
Not just Tulane basketball or in the state of Louisiana, but for what he did for college basketball during that time. We have nothing but great things to say about Coach, and just so proud of him.
for what this program was able to do from no program to 2 years later winning a conference championship, it's something that is truly remarkable and may never be done again in the history of college athletics.
It's time to honor a job well done at an important time for Tulane athletics. And we are proud to say, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Louisiana Sports Hall of Famer, Coach Perry Clark.
How are you, Coach? Doing well?
I am doing absolutely wonderful, and I want to start off by saying I am very, very privileged to be able to be in the state of Louisiana. The people here have absolutely inspired me in my growth as a person, as a coach. You're the most wonderful group of people I've ever been around. Any place in this country, what you love with your heart, you give with dedication and care, and it allowed us to do something very special because we had to live up to your energy, your desires, and the things that you hold very, very special, which is loyalty and caring. And if I ever get accused of being too loyal, I hope they find enough evidence to find me guilty.
Well said. Well said. Obviously, we know the beginning of the story. We just saw it in the video. When you realize that Tulane has the scandal and the program is gone, you could probably think of 100 reasons to say no, and then maybe come up with 100 more. So what led you to say yes and make your way to New Orleans?
We had a wonderful president and Dr. Eamon Kelly, and I was blessed. I was brought to him by a young man named Doug Hertz, who's on our board now. He was a young guy then at Georgia Tech, and he introduced me to Bill Goldring, who's been just a landscape in the city of New Orleans. And I got a chance to be with Dr. Kelly, and I saw the energy, and I saw the desire to try to do something special. At the time, everybody was down on Tulane. We can't do this, we can't do that. And to have the audacity to believe that you can be good, to have the audacity to believe that if you work hard enough, you can make something special, attracted me to the city, attracted me to this area. We were able to keep a lot of the better players here. And I have to give a tip to Coach Dale Brown, because he's the architect of basketball here in Louisiana. And if it wasn't for his effort to make basketball relevant and how hard he worked, I would not have a place here. And he is the guy that got all this going, and I owe him an awful lot to be able to be successful at Tulane.
When you talk about Dale's history and what he did for basketball, how much were you able to communicate with him? Or were you? Did you reach out to him with any questions as you were trying to
You don't have
rebuild?
to reach out to Dale. Dale finds you, and the people that know Coach Brown knows that. And I got a chance. He did reach out. Collis Temple, another person that cares a lot about this state, reached out. And so it gave me a lot. But I had a great staff. 5 of my assistant coaches went on to become head coaches. Every one of my players got a degree that stayed with me for 4 years. Many of them are coaching. I called it Camelot because it was just a very special time where people got together, they had a dream, and we kind of made things work. And I'm just very, very fortunate to be a part of that. And the biggest thing, I am thrilled to death to be here. I will tell you. I kept asking, how do I get in this Hall of Fame? And they kept telling me it's too hard, it's too hard. And I kept asking, what do I have to do? Because I think that this is extremely special to be called a Cajun. And I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy to be recognized as a Cajun.
Well, I'm glad you are, and it's great to see and to hear your passion about it, and maybe your passion for Louisiana and its effect on you will be part of the answer to this question. But when you took over a program that has no program, well, then you have no players. And you went from 0 to a conference championship in 2 years. Now, you talk about your passion, you talked about the influence of Dale, but you still had to get players. So what did you and your staff do to recruit to Tulane to do what you did in basically 24 months?
Here's what we had to do. I knew we weren't going to get the best offensive players. So we have 5 positions on the floor: point guard, second guard, 3-man, 4-man, 5-man. We got the best defensive player in our conference at every position. So we were able to build defensively, and that was the posse. We were able to build defensively. We could stop people. Our first year, we upset Memphis State, and they were ranked number 4 in the country because we were able to somehow find a way of stopping Elliott Perry. Every year, we wound up getting a top 20 win because defensively we could lock in, and we had guys that believed in what we were doing. And we weren't going to get the best offensive players, but we could get the best defensive ones, and we built on that, and we really got really tough guys that were dedicated to really wanting to work hard.
Where did the posse come from?
I was a Redskin fan, and they had the recruiting, the receiving corps was called the posse when they went and won the Super Bowl. And so I took it from that, and that's what we nicknamed them when we called them. And they were just a very, very, very special group. But it was a lot of hard work in putting the program together. I'm telling you, all of the honorees here will all tell you that to do what we do is awful hard and takes a lot of time. And my daughters here, Pamela, I've got another daughter, Nicole, I spent a lot of time away from them, and I owe them so much to allow me to do the things that I needed to do. I miss birthdays, I miss certain holidays, and all the honorees here. The greatest currency an athlete has is respect. And the respect I have for the other honorees, because I know how hard it is to be special and to get to this place. And I'm just very, very happy and fortunate to be here.
Before I let you go, let me ask you this. As your career moved on, we saw in the video you made it to, the Final Four with South Carolina before you got into the TV business.
I'm trying to beat Tim Brando.
When you go to these other places and you finish up with South Carolina on the run you did, what was the biggest thing you maybe took from your Tulane experience that helped you at your other schools, and maybe even something that's still with you now when you're sitting on the sideline as an analyst?
I think the biggest thing is your love for kids in this generation and wanting to see them do better, wanting to see them mature, wanting to see them grow. These kids today are facing the toughest challenge of any generation that's out there in athletics right now. With the transfer portal, with all the things that they have to face with the NIL, nobody's talking about education. We came to school to get educated, to make friends, to have relationships, to be able to build communities. Nobody's talking about that, and it's all transactional, and we have to get back to the values that made education special, that made our culture special, that made our community special, which is taking care of our young people by instilling them certain values and holding them to certain standards and motivating them to be special.
Very well said. And look, you have to stay tuned closely because it seems to be changing at lightning speed, right? There's a lot going on out there. But thank you for sharing your passion for Louisiana, how it affected you, and it's an honor to be on the stage as we induct you in the Hall of Fame. Congratulations, Coach.
Thank you so
Perry
much.
Clark, ladies and gentlemen.
We went to eat Thursday night, or I guess when we first got here, and Perry went with us, Coach Clark did. And we talked to him about the NBA, and he said, hang on a minute, I got some advice for you. I got nothing to do with basketball. And I said, yes, sir. He said, if at first you don't succeed, then skydiving is probably not for you. Wrote that down. Smart man. Is this suit too tight? Ever since Kevin came up here. I don't know if you're like me, but if you're a guy, I'm kind of trying to suck everything in. Been swallowing my food again, Kev. Okay, horse racing. It's amazing how many homegrown jockeys we have. And they were in the spotlight again when Brian Hernandez won the Derby last month. Tonight, one of the group of outstanding horsemen who left Louisiana and then showcased his talents at the best track in the country. He is joining our hall. He's an absolute joy. Here's a look at the career of our buddy Ray Sibille.
It was a long way from Sunset, Louisiana, to years of winning titles at the tracks of Chicago. But that's where the love of riding began for Ray Sibille.
I can always remember Ray wanting to ride ever since he was a little bitty boy. My mama would sit in the window sewing, and when she'd see Ray on that horse fly by, she wanted Daddy to take that horse away from the house.
One Sunday, we had us a race for a dime. Then the old cow come walking across, and Ray ran into that cow. So we had to rerun the race.
From there, it was the Louisiana Bush Tracks to his first triumph at Evangeline Downs in July 1969.
With Larry being the trainer, my daddy being the owner, or Mud being the trainer, a lot of hard work, because horses are 365 days a year, 7 days a week.
They tell him, they'd say, you better come to school, because you ain't going to get nowhere in life riding a horse. He was going to be a jockey. There was nothing going to stop him.
And they're off. 4,624 career wins followed. Sibille made his name at some of the nation's top Midwest tracks in the 1970s and also became a fixture on the California circuit, riding with longtime friend and Louisiana Hall of Famer Eddie Delahousse.
It was a tough circuit. I mean, you had Bill Shoemaker, you had Lafitte Pincaille, you had Chris McCarron, you had Fernando Toro. You were with the elite.
It was back in that era where jockeys would not only ride in the afternoon, but they spent a lot of time galloping horses in the morning and then taking care of all the horses.
One of his major wins came in 1988 when he drove Great Communicator to the wire in a dramatic stretch drive in the Breeders' Cup.
I had rode that horse for Thad Ackle in the morning, right before Ray got on. And I told Thad, I said, I'm not going to fit this horse. And so he got Ray.
Now Ray Sibille asking Great Communicator for run. They're trying to shake loose from Sunshine Forever, who looms a threatening menace just off his flank on the outside.
But that day, Ray was at his best, taking Great Communicator to the front as the rest of the pack started closing in on him.
Great Communicator, unyielding, Sunshine Forever, determined, Great Communicator will not be denied.
A year after his 2004 retirement, Sibille was named the winner of the prestigious George Wolfe Memorial Award. What makes it most cherished is that the award is voted on by peers.
He's worked hard all these years and been a great asset to our sport.
He was well known and well liked.
With his induction, Ray Sibille becomes the 11th member of the Hall associated with the sport of horse racing.
Very, very glorious. He's world famous.
Many a time you tell people who you are and they want to know if you can do Ray. He really put the Sibille name on the map.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the finish line, Louisiana Sports Hall of Famer, Ray Sibille.
Sunset come the Natchitoches, huh? For a celebration.
Yes, yes.
Welcome. Hope everybody's having a good
Family over here.
Absolutely. A lot of them. Heard them a little earlier as well. We saw in the video, at 5 or 6 years old, you were racing and the family was watching you. At that young age, what got you hooked into racing? Was it just being around the horses, or what was it that got you?
I don't know. Just being around horses, because we always had horses, you know, in the pasture. We'd go to catch them, me and my brothers, and we'd race them, you know, and everything. And it was just a part of life that we did. And we all loved it. And I had two brothers that rode, you know, Ronnie, one here, and another one, Jimmy, who got killed. But they both could be right here with me. If things would have worked out for them like it did for me, they'd both be right here too.
You have over 4,000 wins. Obviously, if you would have won every race, we'd be talking about a whole other story right now. So that certainly means there were losses as well. But over 4,000 victories. How do you measure success? Being a jockey with the number of races that were under your belt, certainly over 4,000 wins is ridiculously impressive. But as a jockey, as a racer, after all these years, how do you measure success?
Well, to measure success for me was, did I make that owner some money? Without the owners, we'd nothing. You know, the owners, they pay all the bills, they pay all the vet bills, they pay everything, and without them, we don't have a game. And you know, of course, we need the people that bet too, all $2 bettors. We need them too. But the owner, he gets all the bills and everything, and you know, he's not going to win every time. But what he does need is a jockey that tries every time, and that's what I always tried to do, to get him the fifth money, because that's what they pay back, the fifth. And if he can get that fifth money, he can maybe keep that horse in training another month to maybe get a better spot to run. So without the owner, we're nothing.
So as you're an up-and-coming jockey and you're learning the game and you're learning the race, who did you look up to?
Well, there's really nobody that you're going to look up to. There's a lot of them I admire. You know, there's a couple here tonight, you know, Eddie, and for Pat Day is here. He's my brother-in-law, by the way. And you admire them, but you don't, you know, you can't look up to them because anybody can beat you. Any little old run-of-the-mill jockey can beat you. So you admire them, but you don't look up to them, because we all got to shower and get ready in the same room. No matter how mad you get. It's not like hockey. You know, hockey, you go to or football, you know, your team is there. We're 20 different teams.
With football, you've got a home field, and with basketball, you've got a home court. Was there a favorite track for you to run?
Well, this is funny. I had two favorites, Hollywood Park and Arlington Park, and they're both gone. Now, they both shut down. Hollywood Park is down. Now the football field, I don't remember what they call it. What do they call it? The sci-fi stadium.
But you retired, right?
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah, well, that's why they shut down. There's no more
Probably.
They moved on to other things.
Well, they probably waited a couple of years and saw I wasn't coming back, so I had to just soon get rid of them.
You and I had a chance to talk on the phone about a week ago, and speaking of basketball and football, unlike that, when you know, basketball coaches and football coaches will tell you it's year-round now because they're recruiting, right, all the time. But there's a season for football that starts at the end of August, and we know it's going to end in January with the national championship. And basketball is going to start in November, and it's going to end with March Madness. There's no real season for horse racing. As your family said, it's 7 days a week, 365, right?
And every holiday is our big day. The 4th of July, Memorial Day, Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's, that's our biggest days. So you have no holidays. You know, you got to work around that, and that's where your family comes in.
That's what I was going to ask you, what the family life is like for a schedule like that.
Yeah, well, when we're going to eat the turkey, we'll eat it after the races, and they'll eat it, I'll smell it. That's all, you know, you can't eat it. That weight. We had a young boy came over, our son had a guy came over to the house, and they both was about 8 years old. And he went back home and he told his mother, the next day, and she told us, she said, my son said y'all got a scale in every room. Every room. And he was right. I had a scale in every room for me to look at to say, oh, nope, can't do that.
Just as a reminder of what the
Just
career.
a reminder.
Hey, did I understand correctly that you actually ran a harness race either against or with another current Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame member?
Certainly did. He got inducted last year at Wendell Davis. And we were in Chicago, and it was a charity thing, and I was going for the permanently disabled jockeys. And I don't remember what his charity was, but we had enough of us to do 2 races. And I won my race, and he won his. But before the race, I was talking to him because I knew him at LSU. And when I called him Wendell, he said, I know you know me, because only people that don't know me call me Wendell and everything. I said, how could I forget the announcer at LSU saying Wendell Davis?
Yep, I remember talking to him about that last year. I said, what's Mom call you? Whatever she calls you, that's what we're going with. Just finally, what it's been like this weekend, meeting so many people. When we've talked on the purple carpet, you and I finished. You immediately were over taking pictures. You were at Burt Jones over there. Kim Mulkey had just walked in. You look like you're having a lot of fun meeting everybody.
Oh, Lottie, especially Burt Jones. You know, I can't remember what she sent me to the store for yesterday to get. But Burt Jones, and I asked him, I said, I saw you play a game on a Monday night game, and you threw 3 touchdown passes with the Baltimore Colts, and you walked off the field holding your shoulder like this. And he said that was 1978 with Washington Redskins. And he tore all of his shoulder up. He said it was 1 year before I ever played another game. And he said 1978. I said, well, I remember that game.
You remember that, but you're not sure why she sent you to the store yesterday?
I can't remember yesterday.
Well, good. So if you remember big things like that and you forget the small things, just forget the gutter ball that the grandson tried to roll in your honor. All right?
Oh, we were laughing at him. He said, don't.
It was a good effort, though. The effort was there.
Yeah. But the people I've met here this week, you know, all of the athletes and the coaches were unbelievable that we sat down on our way to Alexandria. Coach Ellis, and a high school coach.
Frank Monica, yeah.
Frank Monica.
Yes.
And Carrie Joseph, you know, we were sitting next to each other going to Alexandria. And boy, we had some war stories. We had some more stories we told.
It's an outstanding class all the way around, and you are certainly a big part of it. It's a pleasure meeting you, and congratulations on your induction into the Hall of Fame. Ray Sibille, everybody.
Thank you.
A thoroughbred talk. It's a thoroughbred. Wow, we on yet? 3, 2, 1. I go right. A thoroughbred talking about thoroughbreds. Hey, I hope you're in town last night. If you weren't on the riverfront, here's a quick taste of one of the great traditions of Hall of Fame weekend, Rockin' River Fest. Also, it's the 7th inning stretch, so feel free to get up and hang around for a minute. For reals.
Hi, I'm Miss Louisiana, Mackenzie Scroggs, with a safety message from the Louisiana propane dealers. Propane cylinders are safety certified for 12 years, and after that, you must have it recertified or traded in for a new one. And if you make any changes to your tank or appliances, you must have it inspected by a certified propane dealer. And that's the law. To find out more, visit LouisianaPropane.com.
Mixing in some sightseeing during this all-sports weekend with a cruise down the Cane River on the Cane River Queen Paddle Wheeler. It's a new event kicking off the Rockin' River Fest in downtown Natchitoches.
It's just exciting because just a warm welcome to reception that the state of Louisiana has shown me. It's just been unbelievable, the welcome they've shown me and my family, and this event alone is second to none. And now we're gonna cap it off with a night of speeches and awards. It's gonna be outstanding.
I have my aunts, my brother, my mom,
you know, and just shows you the people that you can impact along this journey and the people that support you, because you got to have great support. And I see it with my family and my friends, teammates. You know, I got some coaches coming in tomorrow. It's awesome.
Please welcome all of your great Hall of Famers, everybody. Give it up for them one more time. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy Hall of Fame.
Okie doke. Good times. You saw for a second last year's Miss Louisiana 2 weeks ago tonight. We had Olivia Grace George competing. She won, and Miss Louisiana is with us tonight. Olivia Grace, how are you? Good to see you. Representing, that's not Miss Louisiana, but she's right out there. She's my buddy from Louisiana Tech. Lynn Copeland, World's Greatest Chaperone. There we go. We got a pretty charming person up there for a change. And I'm supposed to tell you something. Help me, Oprah. Help me. Oh, the cards on your table. If you look, the little cards on your table, order of service, it says at the bottom, there's 3 or 4 places open tonight in Natchitoches if you want to eat afterward. That said, thank you again to State Farm Agents of Louisiana, our presenting sponsor, and also a reminder on July the 11th, highlights of tonight's program will be on Louisiana Public Broadcasting affiliates. A bunch of y'all are big fans of high school sports. That's how the Hall of Famers started. They've always been important to the Hall of Fame, of course. And tonight we're going to honor one of the most successful prep football coaches in state history. He's a wonderful gentleman. Enjoy learning about our friend Frank Monaco.
When the Hall of Fame wanted to induct a great high school coach, it was hard to look past the credentials of one Frank Monaco, who spent a half-century coaching in Louisiana at Lutcher, Riverside Academy, Jesuit, and St. Charles Catholic.
And I've never seen a coach have so much passion taking teenage boys and turning them into young men.
Coach Monaco and I crossed paths 40 years ago. He's one of the icons in this business.
While Monaco is known for his football mentoring, he started his brilliant career in baseball as an all-conference player on the 1970 Division II College World Series baseball team at Nicholls State that reached the championship game.
The knock on my door late at night, there was 2 school board members, and he said, I said, what do you guys do here late at night? And he said, Coach, we came to congratulate you. I said, for what? He said, you're the new head coach at Lutcher High School. I said, I don't want it. And sure enough, I ended up, they kind of coerced me to doing it. So I took the job at 26 years of age, and I wasn't really ready.
Monaco compiled 284 victories in his time as head coach, with state titles at Lutcher, Riverside, and St. Charles.
I've been blessed with 2 great parents who are the greatest influences in my life, but the greatest influence on my career is Uncle Frankie. Working for Coach Monaco wasn't always easy, right? He was an intense guy, and I think the players would say the same. But it's definitely something that when you look back on, you really appreciate going through those struggles, and you really understand that all he ever wanted was for you to be the best.
He's a guy that everybody looks up to. He's such an inspiration to coaches who have coached at every level and aspired to be where he was. And he's a great mentor of young coaches, and the kids that play for him absolutely love him.
But Monaco was not just a coach, but a beloved member of the communities in which he worked.
So many people that he coached at a certain place or had some type of connection. No matter where he's coached, he's lived in the Place. He was born and raised in Garyville, just like myself. So it brings a sense of pride to the whole area.
His St. Charles Catholic family honored him with Frank Monaco Field, He already is in the Louisiana High School Sports Hall of Fame, and now will join his college coach, Ray Didier, in our hall. We have a feeling this is about to be one great interview, full of joy and probably a few jokes along the way. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Louisiana Sports Hall of Famer, Frank Monica.
I was thinking, boy, you have a coach from Lutcher, coach from East St. John. They're all complimenting you. You must be a heck of a good guy, because those are rivals down there. St. Charles, Lutcher, East St. John, St. James.
That's exactly how I wrote it. Yes. I like to say first, because I always forget this, and very, very important person. And you know, she said, well, you know, you can remember every play for 51 years, but you can't remember our anniversary. So I need to recognize my first wife, Nancy, and my family. She's the best teammate I've ever had. She raised my kids. She tells me when to wear all my teeth, you know, something like that. And with it, my two sons, Ty, Nicholas, and Casey. Oh, Casey here. Let's see, there's Gina and Matt and Katie and Natchitoches Ryan, and got all my sisters in the back, and coaches and friends of ours, and also special thanks to, I had a great administrator back there, I think Mr. Cupid, and supporters, and thank you for being here tonight. And I need to also thank and congratulate all the recipients. Look at this cast of people that we're here with tonight. I mean, it's very, very special. And I mean, what a lineup. You wouldn't want to play against them, you know, at all. And also the committee. I don't know how you guys put all this thing together, but it's been a phenomenal week.
Good. Well,
Thank you so much.
We're glad you're enjoying the night, and I enjoyed the ripple of the laugh of everybody that heard you say my first wife. It kept going. Just turn to the back as everybody heard it. They started to pick up on that. Your brother didn't play sports, but you said he might have been your most influential in terms of getting into sports. How did that happen?
Yeah, really, way back when I was about 10 years old, he walked up to me, and, you know, he was a very, very disciplined person, and he was my really first coach. Never played sports, but he was so organized, and he taught us, and he did something that was very special. As 10-year-olds, he took us all the way to some major league games. He was a big Yankee fan. So we actually leased a car on a train, and we went to places like went to Kansas City, used to be the Athletics, we moved over, and then we went to Washington, D.C., and then finally we went to Cleveland, and we happened to see Mickey Mantle and Roger Maris hit back-to-back home runs. The year that Roger Maris won the national championship, broke the record of 61 home runs. So that was a very, very special time, and he actually, I think, set a template in my life with my family. I grew up without a father, but he became the father figure in our house.
If you're remembering guys hitting back-to-back home runs, you better start remembering that anniversary. You're pulling out back-to-back Yankee home runs. You better get that on an iPhone, right? 51 years as a coach, 30 as a head coach. So you had 2 decades under your belt before you took over programs. So what did you learn about coaching that got you from the assistant level to the head coach for all those years?
You know, one thing I learned about, and Coach Clark alluded to this, being in Louisiana, I had an opportunity to leave when I was at Tulane, and Coach Smith took a job at Arizona, a chance to leave the state. We decided to stay. We decided to stay in the state, and also twice, on 2 occasions, I went from college to high school, and I think I made the right decision, because I believed in Louisiana athletes, in Louisiana football. There's such a passion, especially River Parish, you know, that if you don't play football there, you don't eat, you know, so it's just that simple. And it's really, really a good brand of football. The stadiums are packed. And, you know, they gamble on every ball game, so you better win.
Yeah, and like I said, River Parish football is unique in the state of Louisiana, there's no doubt. You also have history with baseball. So you've got locker room talks in football, and we've seen you at the highest level of state championships. You had dugout talks and pregame speeches to baseball. How did those change for you as the years went on, and how did you change them to relate to the kids?
I always tell the story, and the guys that played for me hear this because I say it every year. There was a famous boxer by the name of Joe Louis. And Joe Louis was a classic boxer. He could dance. He had light feet and the whole deal. And he fought against a guy by the name of Rocky Marciano, who was a barroom baller. He had no form, no technique. Well, the analogy I brought before the team, before a football game, was they asked Joe Louis after the fight, said, what was the punch that really hurt you the most? And he said, everyone. The point being is that after the fight's over, it's not that one big blow, it's not the knockout, but every play was important. It's those little punches that count. And on top of that, I always talked about a bumblebee story, and I really got this from my sister. Said, why can a bumblebee fly? Because aerodynamically, scientifically, a bumblebee cannot fly. It can only fly because it's got short wings. It only flies because it wants to. I used to tell that to my team when we were big underdog. And sometimes we were, especially at Tulane, we were underdog often.
Well, those speeches certainly worked throughout your career. Finally, besides your brother, and you thanked and recognized your outstanding family as well, who's the biggest influence? We heard coaches in the video talk about you influencing them. Who influenced you on your way up?
Coach Didier at Tulane University, Coach Landry's in the back, was a big influence to me also. He got me involved in the Fellowship for Christian Athletes. But Coach Didier, he really made his total line. The way that we dressed, everything was important. I got a lot from that because he made the little things. I mean, you had to wear a belt to class, and you were clean shaven, and you had to go to class. You had to be out of that sack for 8 o'clock in the morning. You had to be early, and I still use that today. If you're 15 minutes early, you will never be late. And I think it's very, very important to put that in your player's mind, because all of a sudden when the big things come up, they take care of themselves. So that was very important. And one thing I did, Victor, in the lifetime, all of you out there, you probably heard this before, but home plate in Little League is 17 inches wide. Home plate in high school is 17 inches wide. Home plate in college is 17 inches wide. Home plate in the major leagues is 17 inches wide. The point is, you never widen home plate. When you deal with kids, you deal with family, you just don't widen home plate. It's always the same.
Well, yes. Well, on a personal note, I have two personal connections for the induction, and you're one of them, because when my TV career started 34 years ago, I had the pleasure of covering you when you were down at St. Charles and watching you win championships, and it's my pleasure to be on the stage with you tonight. Congratulations on your induction to the Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame.
Thank you so much.
Frank Monica, everybody.
Good job, Coach Monica. He is exactly right. Y'all are a beautiful, wonderful, and supportive audience. We thank you for supporting such a wonderful, charming class as the class of 2004. And we're going to speed along. To be honest with you, me and Coach Mulkey are supposed to get tattoos at 10:45 in Bossier. I'm scared we're going to be late, so we're going to roll on and introduce you to Wilbert Ellis. He is awesome. We are blessed to know him. He's our Louisiana Sports Ambassador Award recipient for years, you can tell. He's been a fixture at Grambling State and Lincoln Parish across Louisiana, a trusted advisor for coaches and athletic officials and even sports writers everywhere. Please meet Wilbert Ellis.
Wilbert Ellis becomes just the second person to receive the Hall of Fame's Louisiana Sports Ambassador Award, joining 2020 selection nationally known broadcaster Tim Brando.
He's never had an enemy that I ever known. Just a genuine, good guy, very loyal.
He's the last of a steady icons of coaches there at Grambling University, of the big three that we always say, with Coach Eddie Robinson, Coach Fred Hobby, and Coach Wilbert Ellis.
In all, he served 30 seasons as head baseball coach and a grand total of 43 years as part of the program.
He was a very calm coach, not high-tempered, very calm, just taught the game.
Coach Ellis told us about what we could possibly do for Grambling, and told us about the rich tradition of Grambling baseball.
When Ellis retired from coaching in 2003, he had posted 743 victories, 3 Southwestern Athletic Conference titles, and 3 NCAA tournament appearances.
I think when you talk about impact with Coach Ellis, it's bigger than just baseball for me. looking at him as a spiritual leader, looking at him as a man of character, a man of honor, a man of integrity, and he's iconic. And so we really cherish those moments that we have a chance to talk to him, sit with him, and him to be around the team. When you have somebody as precious as he is, man, you just sit down and listen to everything that he says, try to soak up all that knowledge, because, man, he is a wealth for Grambling State University, and more importantly, man, he's been a great asset to me.
Ellis has been a trusted advisor for generations of school presidents, ADs, and coaches at Grambling, and was instrumental in the establishment of the Eddie Robinson Museum and the school's Grambling Legends Sports Hall of Fame on the Grambling campus, and serves as an NCAA regional site supervisor.
Out of all the accomplishments, Coach Ellis still keeps God first in his life. He still lives by that principle of Matthew 6:33. Seek ye first the kingdom of God and all of his righteousness, and all these other things shall be added unto you.
He still conducts baseball clinics for kids in Lincoln Parish.
Hundreds of kids come out just to be in the presence of Wilbert Ellis, and he also believes that there's still a place in baseball for young African-American men.
He was a coach, man. He got after. He's a hungry guy. He loves to win. And that's a big part of his tradition and also Grambling.
Now he is on our lineup card for his longevity in baseball, his service to his community and our state, and his love of Grambling State University.
This is championship play. Yes, sir. And damn, you know who's champion? Grambling. You are. We're going to keep doing it. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome this year's Ambassador Award winner and Louisiana Sports Hall of Famer, Coach Wilbert Ellis. That's a heck of a start.
And I'm telling you.
Thanks for your patience. I know you've been waiting to see this man and hear him for a while, and it's good to see you guys get up on your feet and cheer, and feel free to certainly react any way you want to during Coach Ellis's time here. I want to start, Coach, with the acknowledgement of certainly your success in coaching as an assistant and as a head coach at Grambling, but even more than that, the impact that you've had on thousands of children over many, many, many years with your baseball camps. How did that get started, and what was your primary message?
Well, first of all, I want to give praise and thanks to God, who's the head of my life. And I've always wanted to give back. I always wanted to make a difference. I always wanted to teach the basic skills in baseball, but I wanted to make sure that those skills would go into life and be able to motivate and get young people to get into the right roots and be able to make a difference in their lives. That was my prayer. God gave me that prayer. I've been all over the country doing it, and I had some of the greatest people in the world. My mother and father met in Houston Ellis. And then I had so many different people in my community. And then when I got to Grambling State University, I met some of the finest people in the world. And that was Dr. R.W. Jones, was the head baseball coach, and the president, and the only one in the United States of America. And then I met Eddie G. Robinson, Fred Hobden, and I could go on. And in my community, I met so many people that cared about young people, gave you a desire, gave you a chance, talked about the things that you need to know, the rights and the wrongs. That motivated me. And so as I met various persons, and I had a very outstanding family who cared about it. I had people in the community just kept motivating me. and I wanted to be the best. And I worked at that pretty hard. And I had a desire, my church, people in the community. James Davison, we met in 12 years old. He's just been there for me. Johnny Maxwell. And I could go on, and my church, Pastor White, and all of these people, and John Belton. And I could go on and call a whole lot of people a name tonight, but I don't want to get into any trouble neither. Yeah.
Hey, listen,
but let me just say this right quick. You know, let me tell you something. I just really shed a tear tonight when all the people that I know, and let me do it like this. All the people that came tonight to support me and all around Louisiana State. I know Victor Howell here from the NCAA. Would you all just stand and let America see you, please? Well, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. Now, that could be my speech tonight, you know? That could really be. I want to thank all of you. I know you didn't have to come, but you showed that somewhere down the line we've touched lives together. And I just love all of you. I wish I could call everybody's name. But let's get on.
One thing that perhaps was not pointed out as importantly as it should have been on the video was the fact that you have served the college baseball community for many years as an NCAA baseball regional and super regional tournament director. These are the people that the NCAA assigns to go run the postseason tournaments. It's a very important position and one that doesn't come to everybody. I know you're very proud of that and still love to get involved.
Yeah, I love the game, and plus the fact when I retired, I asked God to keep me in the game of baseball, and he did. I met Dennis Polk at the NCAA convention, and we sat down and had breakfast. When we finished talking, he said, "You're a member of my team." And I knew then, I said, I'm finna go all over the country promoting baseball, and I did. I served as super regional at LSU. I've been to every state, wherever NCAA championships have been. But most of all, I also had camps and clinics. And that's why Victor Howell is here tonight and his fiance. We work together in the NCAA, and he's the NCAA rep.
You know, the last couple of days when you and I have had some nice conversations, many more than were mandatory, and I've come to appreciate your absolute love of humanity and your absolute love of baseball, and then putting those two together to teach life's lessons. You've been doing it for a long, long time. Your influence is tremendous, and I know that brings you and the people who support you a sense of very quiet inner pride.
Yeah, I know I got some of the guys who wore the black and gold out here tonight. If some of those baseball players, would you all just stand? A lot of them played Major League Baseball and everything. Thank you all very much, guys. Yeah, thank you. One of the things that I always wanted to do, take baseball skills, teaching the basic fundamentals of the game of baseball. But I want to also take that and put it in teaching the life skills to individuals. We try to make a difference in the lives of our young people. We all need to be involved in that. We're in serious trouble. And it's not serious about one person. It's serious about the whole United States of America. We're going to have to come together. I know I didn't come to preach, but we're going to have to come together and do some things to make a difference in the lives of our young people. You know, they want to be helped. They want to be helped. And it's our duties and responsibility to help them.
Would you do us all a favor?
Yes, sir, I will.
And keep preaching.
Oh. Well, Well, thank you for that. But I think everybody out here maybe have had some responsibility with young people, even in your home with your own children, even in the community, or wherever you are. Don't turn your head on them. They want to be helped. They want to be nursed. They want some direction. And don't be afraid to sit down and talk to them about direction. Tell them about right and wrong, going to church, doing great things in life. So when you see them again, they are up there doing great things. They can be a lawyer. They can be a doctor. But we have to work with them in such a way that we want to see our communities and our state and our nation a better place.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can see why he is the Ambassador Award winner, only the second such award winner in the history of our organization, the new Hall of Famer, Wilbert Ellis.
Well, if you weren't, okie doke, if we weren't pressed for time, and if some of y'all weren't cramping up, we would take up offering right now. Seemed to be a good time. On the back of your, some of you may not open your program, but if you did, this is in there, and at the bottom tells you some place that'll still be open in Natchitoches for a late supper. Or possibly breakfast. We'll see. We got 2 Hall of Famers to go, but please take 90 seconds right now. Isn't he beautiful? Coach Ellis, everybody. Wilbur Ellis. He is a treasure for us, I'll tell you. Had a kids camp yesterday in Northwestern State, and Coach Ellis and others were there as a part of that. So let's take a look. 90 seconds of action from yesterday.
Jason LaPouble, I'm the Youth Basketball Development Manager for the New Orleans Pelicans. We're out here for the Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame 2024 Junior Training Camp with some of our Hall of Famers, both on the basketball side inside and then outside on the football side on Turpin's Field. We're looking forward to seeing some skills. Louisiana's got the best talent in the world, and that's going to be on display today.
You cannot go in the state of Louisiana and not find talent. This state is talent rich, and this is a great opportunity for these guys to be able to mature and grow and be taught at the hands of some of the greatest that have ever been a part of this sport. It's an honor to be here at the Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame.
Pump those arms. There you go. Look at that mean. Look at that iguana look on your face. There the baby. Look at the mean look on your face.
All of these kids seem to be especially motivated, and with all the good, talented instructors here, I think they're going to have a good time today.
Yeah! Yeah! Okay, here's some future Hall of Famers. Thanks for the class of 2024. These kids will never forget it. And hopefully you'll never forget our next inductee. What an athlete. He was the bowler of the day yesterday besides everything else he's able to do. First on the football field at McNeese State, and then in the NFL, and finally starring in the CFL, and now he's sharing his knowledge in the NFL as a coach. New Iberian natives, Carrie Joseph.
When looking back at the career of Carrie Joseph, it quickly becomes apparent that he has accomplished so much.
I brought a 12-year-old all-star baseball team to Iberia Parish to face their all-stars, and Carrie Joseph was on the mound. It's a day I'll never forget. When somebody strikes out 15 of your batters, you never forget that.
I remember covering the game against Como, and I had heard about him, but I had not seen an arm quite like his as a high school thrower around here for sure.
The new Iberian native splashed onto the college scene and left McNeese as perhaps the top quarterback in school history.
Was Nickel State that he comes there and scores 2 touchdowns. We win. And then Saturday started every game after that for the next 4 years.
Leading the Cowboys to 43 wins, 2 Southland Conference titles, and a Division I AA semifinal appearance in 1995. He threw for over 7,500 yards and 67 touchdowns.
Our punter had gotten hurt, so Carrie had to punt, and they snapped it over his head. So he went back and got the football, and he punted it from like the 10-yard line, and it went all the way to the other 12. Carrie was just an amazing athlete, and like there was no task that was too big for Carrie Joseph.
Throw a football? Yeah. I see him throw the football away from the football field.
Joseph was the Southland and Louisiana Player of the Year in 1995 as the Cowboys posted a 13-1 record and earned the #1 national ranking.
He went to the Cincinnati Bengals as a quarterback. He went to the Redskins as a running back. From there, he went to the World League, played safety, ended up getting picked up by the Seahawks, and then he sat out a year coaching high school football, and then the CFL picked him up.
Oh, man, love it. That's how it is in Louisiana. You just don't wear these ski masks in Louisiana.
And he became a quarterback again.
Joseph Bates into the end zone.
The CFL All-Star was the most outstanding player when he ran and passed the Saskatchewan Roughriders to the Grey Cup Championship in 2007.
Carrie obviously was supremely talented as an athlete. He was big and strong. He was a great runner, had a great arm. Players were drawn to him naturally. He's a great human being. He was easy to coach. He was a great person. And to lead that team in a way that brought dignity not only to himself, but most importantly to his team and his teammates.
Joseph takes the knee, and the Saskatchewan Roughriders come back to Toronto and win.
After coaching with the Seahawks, he presently serves as quarterback coach with the Chicago Bears.
He could be head coach somewhere in the professional ranks.
We knew he had that special ability. He's a winner. He's always been a winner.
Just an amazing journey for an amazing person. I'm a big fan, of course. I'm a true friend, and I love you, my brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome McNeese legend and now Louisiana Sports Hall of Famer, Carrie Joseph.
Want to make sure you saw the ovation. You're getting behind your back over there.
Appreciate it. Got a lot of great people here.
So much to talk about football, but as we heard in the video, you strike out 15 in a game, and certainly you had people say it's the best arm they had seen in baseball. Was baseball ever a thought, or was it always going to be your football? It's going to be your path?
Well, you know, I'm going to start off like Coach Ellis, and I thank God for being here, and thank my amazing Savior, Jesus Christ, because without him I wouldn't be here. So thank you. And it's a blessing. Thank you, my family, loved ones. When I think about baseball was a love for me. I played it at a young age, played it all the way up until my sophomore year in high school. And just listening to that video, it kind of brings back some memories of being on the mound and being able to get it up in the mid-'80s as a youngster. But I just, for some reason, I decided to go throw the javelin and the discus and win state instead of playing baseball.
And then football enters the scene, and you take over from there. So the success in high school. What landed you in Lake Charles to be a Cowboy at McNeese?
I tell you what, I had an opportunity. I got offered by Southern University, Northwestern State University, UL Lafayette. I think it kind of made me upset. It was USL at the time they wanted me to come and walk on as a punter and to be an athlete. So that kind of discouraged me a little bit. And I said, you know what, I might as well go down to Lake Charles. You saw Coach Bobby Kiesler up there talking about it. He was from New Iberia, went there for a visit. Just the opportunity, the atmosphere, to go there, to get a degree, and to play with some great coaches and some great players. I decided to take my skill set to Lake Charles, and it probably was one of the best decisions I ever made. I wasn't sure I wanted to do that. I had an opportunity to come here to Northwestern, and I turned that visit down once my dad said, I think you need to turn around, go up in that room, and take that offer to McNeese. And I listened to my dad. That's what happens when you get a lot of whippings. And your mom is an educator, and she decides to whip you also. You listen as a young kid. And I went in there, and I did that, and it was the best decision I made. And you can see the career that I was able to have. But it wasn't because of me. It was also because of my great coaches and teammates and friends that I was able to develop along that journey at McNeese State University.
Was there a time while you were in Lake Charles when you realized this was the right decision, or was it after the fact, when on a night like tonight, when you get to look back and see the success you had?
It was a time. You listen to Lance Guidry up there, who was a roommate of mine, a great teammate, a great friend. I wanted to leave, actually, after my red shirt, or during my red shirt year, because I thought I should be playing. And I remember going in there, and Bobby Kiesler and the late Mike Santiago, whose wife, Miss Rochelle, and son Tyler is here tonight. They told me, you're going to be patient, and you're going to wait your time. You can't rush the process. And, of course, as a youngster, I wanted to be out there playing. And they said, when your time comes, you're going to be ready. You just got to continue to work. And I ended up staying, and you heard Coach Kiesler saying that in my red shirt freshman year. Week 3, I come in against Nickel State, bring the Cowboys back. In week 4, I became the starter and never looked back. So that moment there, I'm grateful for. I had the right people in my corner to make sure I did it the right way. I trusted the process. I continued to work hard, and it turned out to be great for me.
Like you were telling me on the phone when we had a chance to talk a couple weeks ago, I guess that's where the family and faith slip in. When you're redshirting, you're not sure if you get the opportunity. You need the right people to tell you hang in there, not give up.
It's true. You know what? And I had the right people in my corner, and it's amazing that I had to come behind Coach Ellis. It was a divine meeting for me to be going into class with these great athletes tonight, but also with Coach Ellis. I had a 50-minute ride to Alexandria, and I had a 50-minute ride back from the bowling event. And you talk about the wisdom with Coach Frank Monica, with Ray, with Coach Ellis, the wisdom I was able to get. And he told me one thing. He said, tonight, make sure, don't forget about the people that came to support you. So I'm going to listen to him. And I want the people that came to support me from all across Louisiana to stand up. And I want everybody to give them a hand. And I want to take this time also to say, from the bottom of my heart, thank you, because I had the right people in my corner to make sure I didn't go the wrong way. When I talk about family, when I talk about faith, when I talk about my dad, the late Donald Joseph, and my mom, Geraldine Joseph, when you talk about faith, you talk about growing up in the South in the Southern Baptist Church, and you had to be in church at 6:30 in the morning. Hey, you learn, you know where your faith is at, and you always remember that. So I'm grateful that I was able to lean on that, to lean on my faith, my perseverance throughout my career, because it wasn't always easy. I had to switch positions. I had to go to the CFL. I had to go to NFL Europe. It wasn't always easy for Carrie Joseph, but I was able to always to rely on my foundation, to go back on the things that I was taught as a young kid, and I was able to do that. I was always able to go back to that competitive environment that my dad created for myself and my brothers. And just leaning on that, one thing I learned was I wasn't always the most talented, but the hard work and the dedication with the faith, you wasn't going to outwork me. I was going to always be the last one in the building, last one on the field, and that's the perseverance now that I share as a professional coach.
Well, from New Iberia to Lake Charles to north of the border, you've always represented Louisiana very well. Congratulations on that. And we made it through an interview as you being introduced as a quarterback coach for the Chicago Bears, and we're not going to talk about all that right now. With the that's a hot topic right now in the NFL.
You know what? It's a hot topic. The target is big. But you know what? We don't feel pressure. We apply pressure. And that's what we have to do. You know, and I got to be careful. Now, and I know I'm gonna get up. Got to be careful because I'm in Louisiana. So I know there's a lot of Saints fans, but we don't play the Saints this year. We meet. It'll be in the playoffs, which is going to be a great thing. Okay? But sincerely, though, I'm truly blessed to be where I am right now, to be the quarterback coach of the Chicago Bears. If you'd have told me that back in the years growing up, I probably would have laughed at you. But it's a blessing to take everything that I've been through, everything that I've had to learn on this journey, now to be able to pay it forward and to give it back to this next generation of athletes. And that's what I'm trying to do, just like Coach Ellis talked about. That's what we have to do to continue to make this world a great place.
Well, good luck in Chicago, and thank you for sharing tonight with us. It's our honor.
Thank you for having me.
Carrie Joseph, everybody.
Carrie Joseph, everybody. Give yourselves a hand. Y'all have been one of the most responsive crowds we've ever had, mainly because of this class who's just wonderful. We have one more star to introduce. Before that, all the Hall of Famers, including the class 224, after Simone is complete with her interview, want you all to come up, and we'll get one last picture, then we'll turn everybody back over to y'all. Also, this sign disappeared, and we found it. Some man took the sign, but we've apprehended him. We found it back there. It reminds me to tell you, it was that sign right there, do not take the table decoration, or the Tiger Athletic Foundation women will beat me to a pulp. So thank you. That's how my hair got like this to start with. There was another bunch of women. It's just terrible. So, hey, don't do that. It was a nervous moment a while back when our next inductee and our final inductee announced from her Baton Rouge High School where she was going to college, and she showed up in a whole bunch of orange. It gave everybody the jits. Everybody needed nerve pills. It turned out good. She signed with LSU as the start of the most successful era until recently, and that Louisiana love affair has continued throughout her remarkable career. So, ladies and gentlemen, look at Simone Augustus.
It's not a stretch to say that the Hall of Fame is inducting one of the greatest basketball players in state history when it comes to Simone Augustus. She has proven it on the high school, college, and professional levels.
She was always hardworking. She was always eager to learn. A good teammate, fun teammate, a competitor.
Hands down, was the single greatest one-on-one basketball player our league has ever seen.
Simone was the Sports Illustrated cover girl as a high school freshman in an article that headlined the question, is she the next Michael Jordan?
You know, the very first time I ever saw Simone in person wasn't on a basketball court. It was Thanksgiving, and it was down at the Riverside Centroplex, and she was there serving food to the less fortunate. I just remember sitting there and looking at there's the #1 high school player in the United States of America, and she's spending Thanksgiving trying to make others feel better.
Augustus won 138 games at Capitol High in Baton Rouge, 2 state championships, and 2 Miss Basketball honors.
I remember recruiting her when I was at Louisiana Tech. When you watched her play, I don't know that there was anything she couldn't do.
Her announcement that she was going to play her college basketball at LSU brought instant recognition to the basketball program and would help start a 5-year run of NCAA Final Fours, 114 victories, and twice a sweep of National Player of the Year awards.
We challenged her a lot when she first got on campus. She was a phenomenal talent, and she wanted to make sure that she not only
played the game well, but that she played well in front of a home crowd.
There was so much expectations that came with being the nation's #1 player. And for her to transform our program, when you see all these great things that are happening now because of Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark, it started with Simone.
Links select Simone Augustus from LSU.
Augustus was the #1 pick in the 2006 draft, earning Rookie of the Year honors and eventually leading the Minnesota Lynx to 4 championships.
She had this way about her that you never took it too serious. And that's a form of leadership. We knew what we needed to get done, but it didn't need to be all like squeezing and pressing.
She also would earn international titles in the Euro Cup and earned Olympic gold medals 3 times with Team USA.
One of the most moving moments of Simone's career was when she was on stage at a press conference in Rio de Janeiro at the Olympics as the flooding was happening in Baton Rouge.
To know that everyone back home is going through something. Everyone has lost something. Me and Coach was just talking about 40,000 people lost their homes, and they still try to go to maybe the local night spot or the local restaurants where they know the game will be played to just kind of watch, to cheer me on. And it's just, honor and privilege. In Baton Rouge, this is for you.
Her uniform number, 33, was retired by LSU in 2010, making her the first female athlete in school history to receive that honor. The Minnesota Lynx would follow, retiring her jersey in 2022. The next year, she would become the first female athlete in LSU history to have a statue erected in her honor.
Her parents are her biggest supporters, and they're so proud of her. And when I came back to coach at LSU, they were some of the first people to come to practice.
I don't think Simone is done. To see how much she's grown as a person into the woman that she is now, like a caterpillar turning into a butterfly. She's blossomed.
She has done all of it with an amazing amount of humility. That's why she's not just a Hall of Fame player, but a Hall of Fame person.
She has given us basketball moments that fans will always remember. Ladies and gentlemen, Louisiana Sports Hall of Famer, Simone Augustus.
I said earlier, if you don't mind, a personal note I've said to Coach Monica, I had 2 personal relationships. Coach Monica, because I covered him for my 11 years in local TV when he was a coach, and this young woman because I covered her when she was in her high school days, and here we are sitting. So it is quite a personal honor for me, Simone, to be here with you. Congratulations. As we saw in the video, the college basketball world was really yours for the taking. I know you had offers everywhere. You wound up staying 5 miles from home, though. What was it about LSU, and what did they do to make you go from Capital and being a Lion to being a Tiger right down the street?
I think it was a lot of factors. Obviously, during that time, Connecticut and Tennessee had a chokehold on the recruiting game, and most of my peers figured if going to one of those schools was going to help them get to the next level. So a lot of them just, even when the letter came into the mail, they was like, I'm committing. And I was just like, you're not going to take a visit? You're not going to go see what's going on, meet your teammates or anything? And they said, no. And I beg to differ. I was never a trend follower. I was more a trend setter. And so I wanted to go through my process thoroughly and make sure that I checked every box. And so when I started to think about the possibility of staying home after watching the young ladies that were playing, or the young women that were playing at the time, I saw that they were competing with some of the nation's best teams or top teams. And I'm like, well, 1 or 2 players here or there, what could happen? But the thing is, it takes an unwavering belief in self to do so. And people thought I was crazy for even thinking about not going to Tennessee or Connecticut at that moment. But it took years. I mean, the recruiters, Coach Starkey, Coach Chapman, Coach Gunner, they were sending me handwritten letters from 8 or 9 years old, and it was detailed to me. I went through every recruiting letter, and some you can tell was very authentic, and some you could take my name off and put someone else's name on it, and it'll still have the same meaning or the same thing to it. And so I think it was that authenticity that LSU brought, and the fact that it was in my backyard, and the possibility of building something that had never been built before. I can either be one of many greats, or I could be the great. And that was just my thought process.
You know, if you're not taking something away from listening to her and listening to Coach Ellis tonight and the other people that we've had on the stage, you got to get checked. Seriously. I mean, how great is the wisdom that they're sharing with us tonight from their career? The magazine asks, are you the next Michael Jordan? And you're in a city where you well know, and I covered Coach Gunner, God bless her, from the start of my career with her. You know this was a program that was in turmoil, and Coach Gunner was feeling the pressure. They had to turn things around. They started recruiting some JUCOs, and then, of course, they want to go get Simone. How did you, at such a young age, handle that pressure, knowing that you were the key that LSU needed, because you don't go there, and who knows where this program eventually develops into?
Well, I don't know if I was the key. I just felt like I can be a part of something special, because I saw it brewing. If you pay attention to things, you can see so many different details and so many special things that's kind of aligning. And if I put myself there, I was like, I think it'll work. But I think that, you know, just having Coach Gunner, who was like a motherly figure to all of us, basically helped with that transition, being able to go to her whenever we needed to, having someone like Coach Starkey there that helped really expand my game when we think about just breaking down video, me not being a very good defender and him showing me how to defend as well, being there for my teammates, things like that. So I think just the possibility of being able to open up my mind and open up my game is what really drew me into the opportunity to go to LSU and really build something.
I believe it might have been the press conference when you were getting your statue that Bob was with you, Bob Starkey, of course, assistant coach at LSU, and he had talked about how your work ethic changed the way they had to do practice, because they had never coached somebody like you, so you were affecting the way they were learning to coach. Where did that work ethic come from, and how did it help you, not only through LSU, but eventually multiple gold medals in the Olympics and then your outstanding career in the WNBA?
It was almost like Coach Joseph. No one was going to outwork me. I wanted to be the best, and that was it. You know, the question that was asked to me when I got started with basketball, do you want to be good? Do you want to be great? And that's what I strive for every day. And it was also a quote that I went by. It said, once a task has begun, never leave it until it's done. Be the task great or small, do it well or not at all. And so every day I strive to do that as well as I could, but I had a shining example from many different people in this room, but especially my parents. They worked extremely hard every day to just provide for me and make sure that I had. And so seeing that within my household, I was driven, because I seen two people working so hard for me. Why not work extremely hard to provide them with something to be proud of?
When you retired from the when you retired from the WNBA, I know you talked about and reflected with Sue, and you said you know that Sue would be looking down on you. What would you want to say to Sue tonight? What do you think Sue would say to you?
I think she would say you did it. You know, Coach Gunner, she saved my Olympic career. I remember going in my earlier days, and I got cut a couple of times off the team. And so after the second time that I got cut, I remember Coach Gunner, she used to have this golf cart, and she would pull up to the PMAC door to go to the dungeon, which was then our practice facility. But anytime that she would pull up to the locker room door, someone was in trouble. So this particular day, she pulled up to the locker room door, and the manager came in, and she was like, Money, Coach wants you. And everybody's like, oh, you in trouble. And I'm like, no, you know, trying to figure out, I'm like, went to class, I did this, I did. But anyway, I go to the golf cart, and she's sitting there, and she's talking to me about my disappointment with not making the U.S. team. And she was like, I know you didn't make it, and I know you're kind of discouraged. But try it again. I think you'll make it this time, because you're primed, you're ready to go. And she was like, you just never know what that would do for your career. And so I did. I went back on the strength of Coach Gunner, and I ended up making the team and made 3 Olympic gold medal teams. on the strength of her. And so I would say that she really helped me build my career and my resume just from being that type of coach that's like, you can do whatever you set your mind to, and just pushing me along the way. I hope I've made her extremely proud. I think I did. And I think she would be excited that I'm now back, you know, on the staff. Thank you, Coach Mulkey.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that.
Yeah. I don't know if I could get in that crouching position that Coach Gunner used to do. My knees ain't the same, but, you know, I'll be able to sit in a chair like this and cross my legs.
Well, you want to do a trivia. You know, Kim gets in the squat and then she slaps her hands. You need the heels so you can do the Sue kick on the floor.
The heels?
You know, there's indentions on the bench. You know, when Sue would get up.
Wait, we don't stop you at the heels. The heels? You see what I got on?
Two more things, and I'm going to let you. I'll let you go. I know what it means for you always carrying the banner as an LSU Tiger, and you were a big reason why LSU went to 5 in a row. Couldn't win one, but you got it there, and you set the bar for the next level. So as an alum, I wanted to know what it meant to you 2 years ago when you saw Kim and company go to Dallas, do what they had to do, go to Cleveland, take care of business, and hoist the banner.
That meant everything, because that was the one thing in my career that, like, I'm very hard on myself. You know, I'm my biggest critic. And I'm like, yeah, you know, people put me on the Mount Rushmore and everything. And I'm like, but I didn't get an NCAA. That's the one thing when you think about the greats that are across the board, they at least have one NCAA. And I didn't know if I would see it in my lifetime, but I'm thankful that Coach Mulkey came along and obviously everything aligned for her team and her staff to be able to make the run that they did in 23, and that I was there to witness it. Thank you to Coach Starkey for the tickets. But it was just a beautiful journey, and to see everything come together. They played their best basketball at the right time, and it was just beautiful to finally see a banner being hung in the PMAC. And it's just like a release for all of us that have put so much time, effort, and sweat into the game, you know, for the Tigers, just to see that come home.
So Coach Mulkey tried to recruit you, and she didn't get you to go play college out of high school, but she's obviously done a heck of a recruiting job, because you told me coaching wasn't necessarily the bug that was getting you, but now you are an assistant coach on Kim Mulkey's staff. So congrats to Kim for finally recruiting you. And what is it like now for to be a coach?
Look, I'm going to have to say I'm sorry, Coach. I couldn't go to Waco. I couldn't go. But no, it was... you know, I guess it was a long time coming. I wasn't even expecting it. I was speaking to a season ticket holder earlier, and she was like, divine timing. And I was like, it really was, you know. The fact that I received the phone call from Coach Starkey initially, just kind of checking my temperature, like, you still want to coach? I'm like, yeah, I want to coach. And I'm like, all right, what do you think about being on staff? I'm like, yeah. And so next thing I know, Coach Mulkey's calling me, and she's, you know, telling me all these wonderful things. But I think the most amazing thing about what she said in our 3-week interview process was that I always worried about my voice and how well would I speak, or would the ladies receive my information as I'm trying to articulate it to them. She was like, be yourself. And that's one of the hardest things for anyone to do. As you all know, when we walk out of the house, we put on our mask, our defensive mechanism, and we go out into the world and we present ourselves. But for someone, especially someone like Coach Mulkey, who every day, as we know, she comes out as herself. She's going to put her shiny gear on. She's going to talk her talk. She's going to do her thing. For her to be able to allow me to come to her staff and just observe, but also gain a lot of knowledge and wisdom throughout my early coaching journey, is going to be amazing just to kind of see how I unfold and become myself.
Well, if you saw the social media video, it all started when Kim Mulkey was on the cell phone on her desk, and she called Simone to tell her she's getting a statue at LSU. Great video, great moment to be shared, because Kim was one of the big voices behind that. In the last year, this young woman has a statue at LSU. She was inducted early this year into the LSU Alumni Hall of Fame. I was honored to do your video for that. The Women's Basketball Hall of Fame. And guess what? Naismith is calling later this year. And tonight it's the Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame. Find me somebody who's had a better year than this woman right here. What an honor to have you. Congratulations. Simone Augustus, ladies and gentlemen.
That is quite the exclamation point on a wonderful class. Let's get all the Hall of Famers up here from this year's class and from before, and we'll take one picture, then we'll turn them over to you. Gary Barbaro, Gerald Boudreaux, Tim Brando, Jay Cicero, Hollis Conway, Eddie Delahousse, Clanny, you come on up. Marie, Sharon Gahagan, Susan Jackson, Sheila Thompson Johnson, Bertram Hayes Jones, Pam Jones, Eddie Kennison, my man, Don Landry, Frank Lewis, Kim Mulkey, Harold Porter, T. Berry, Gary Reasons, Eddie Robinson III, Danielle Scott, Charles Smith, and Lionel Washington in this year's class, Bobby, Simone, Tom Burnett, Perry Clark, Wilbert Ellis, Dog Higgins, Kevin Jackson, Carrie Joseph, and Frank Monica Ray Sibille. Ladies and gentlemen, what a wonderful night this has been to recognize the great sports history here in Louisiana. We thank our friends at LPB, our presenting sponsor, State Farm Insurance Agents of Louisiana. Thank you for being here in the Event Center, and for those of you watching, come visit Natchitoches and come visit us in the Louisiana Sports Hall of Fame. Y'all grab a banana or an orange slice on the way out. I'm Teddy Allen. Good night, everybody. See ya.